Hello, everybody. Welcome to day two of, or I guess day three, two and a half, something or other, of finals day of Hyper Delivery 3, uh, subtitle pending. I am Siegel, and I'll be commentating the first couple matches today along with Ghost.
Yeah, hello and welcome everybody. What better way to kick off uh, the races with these spicy semifinalists coming in? Uh, Before we get started, though, let's introduce the tournament organizers.
Yes, so this tournament has been brought to you by DragonSquad eSports, an esport organization based in Cincinnati, Ohio, that recently also expanded into Auburn, Alabama. They've recently resumed their offline Smash events with Arcade Legacy every Thursday night, which is a Smash Ultimate singles event, and Curb Stomped, their annual Smash Ultimate singles and doubles event. They're looking forward to announce an upcoming monthly series in the next few months as well.
Yeah, we also run Super Smash Bros. Charity events for some amazing causes. We recently hosted The Movement, a Black Lives Matter charity event, and we have the Show Your Pride LGBTQ plus charity event coming up on June 19th. Any sub or donation money we receive through Twitch or YouTube goes straight to the prize pool for all our events. So please consider donating to the GoFundMe link if you can. Not only does the money received over the weekend for hyper delivery through the GoFundMe go to the prize pool, it will also help pay for the fantastic artists and commentary team who help make this possible. As of now, Timbo has been paying the commentators for HD3 out of his own pocket, which is unbelievably generous. Can we get some love, Timbos, in chat? Uh, but on a serious note, thank you to Timbo and DragonSquad Esports for hosting this tournament. It's such an amazing community event, and we get to see the best of the best go head to head in some amazing three-weapon showdowns. Speaking of the best of the best, let's introduce our first set of semifinalists. Take it away,
Yeah.
Siegel.
So in our first matchup today, the first competitor is you know him. He is the was the first seed coming into this tournament, the third place finisher in Hyper Delivery 2, and owner of many world records, both present, past, and definitely future in the Hades community. We have Tonus. Tonus, how you doing?
Hello, I'm nervous as always. Probably gonna die.
Short and sweet. Love it.
Our other semifinalist hates Achilles and is the fastest apple this side of the river Styx. Evan, up against the mighty Tonus. How are you feeling today?
Oh, so confident. Just this is gonna be nothing. Tonus wants to die. I'm floating on cloud nine because it's gonna be so simple. So I'm feeling great. Let's just get this over with so I can move on to the finals.
Sounds
All right.
like it'll be a cakewalk.
Yeah, so to get things started, we're going to move ahead into the weapon draft. For anyone unfamiliar with the format, this tournament is a three weapons race where both racers finish three runs of Hades as quickly as they can. They're allowed to seed whatever starting boon or hammer they want for each and every weapon. The only limitation is that Eris rail is banned. So the format here is each racer is going to select four weapon aspects that they wish to race with, and their opponent will ban one that they do not want them to use. So, Tonus, what will your four picks be today?
So it's gonna be Achilles, Spear, Beowulf, Hera, and Lucifer Rail.
Okay. And Evan, which one of those would you like to ban?
I'm going to ban Beowulf.
All right. Yeah, Beowulf's been a standout competitor in this tournament because everyone can seed charge shot, which turns it into Rama, but better. All right, Tonus, what's your order going to be for those three?
So it's gonna be Achilles to Lucifer to Hera.
All right. Thank you.
I am very excited to see some more Lucifer gameplay. Evan, what are your four weapons going to be?
Achilles spear, Beowulf shield, Hera bow, and Hestia rail.
The classics. Tonus, what will you ban?
Well, I think I'm gonna ban Beowulf Shield.
Who could have
Weird.
seen that coming?
I mean, it
And
was your
Evan,
slowest weapon last time, though. So this might be a mistake, but
we will see. Evan, what is your order going to be?
I'm going to do Achilles, Hestia, Hera.
Nice, nice. Any reasoning on those picks? Any order matter? Or you just
Not really. I mean, you want to do. You don't want to have to change mirrors in between as little as possible. So have the cast weapon either first or last, so that you can only have to change the mirror once.
make sense to me?
All right. So with
All
the
right.
weapon lineups all settled. I think we're about ready to start. So please go ahead and get your mirrors set up and ready to go, and go ahead and wait at the pact of punishment once you're ready. Do either of you want a text countdown?
Yes,
Please,
please.
because I'm
All right.
gonna mute and deafen.
All right. Then once you're ready, Ghost will be providing the beautiful audio countdown, and I will cue you off in the Discord channel.
All right. Good luck, Tunis.
Good luck. See you on the other side. I'll be
Yes, sir.
muting and deafening right now, so.
Same.
Good luck to the both of you. All right. Looks like we got both our racers ready, all set on the pact. So I will be counting down from 5, and on go, the runners will start. Are you ready, Seagull?
I'm ready.
All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Right, and with that, the racers are off. So we're going to see an Achilles mirror as the first race today, with both runners taking flurry jab as their first weapon, as you might expect. Their first hammer, as you might expect.
Yep, both with Poseidon Keepsake running as well. Pretty standard setup, expecting both of them to be taking Poseidon Dash here, or Title Dash rather. It looks like Evan has an early Chaos. It will be interesting to see if he
Oh,
actually uses it or not.
Tunis gets one too. So Chaos Gates are very good on Achilles because it's for the Artemis build specifically, because the critical chance on the Deadly Strike boon is it basically beefs up the the buff you get from Chaos. Although Evan there neglected to take an Enshrouded Strike Chaos boon, a little scared of those hidden chambers. And I don't blame him. It's always a little fun to see those chamber unknowns.
Certainly is fun. I remember in the side tussle, Lat took it, and I believe managed to take a free room off of it, so literally never punished. Seagull, what's your opinion on seeing Artemis attack versus Zeus attack? Because I know it's been hotly debated on Achilles, which is not one of my strong weapons, and we see a naturally Zeus picked up for Tonus here.
Yeah, you'll see that Tonus put it on the special. So there's a lot of similarity between the Zeus and the Artemis builds. The main thing Zeus gets for free is it gets AOE for free through the chain lightning, whereas to get any sort of area of effect boost on the Artemis build, you need Hunter's Mark to kind of spread that crit chance around. But Artemis also just has a lot more options for scaling. Any jerky you get from Wells, any global damage you get, any chaos boons can all be amplified by that critical chance. Whereas the Zeus attack is looking exclusively for global damage or things like Splitting Bolt, which are, the avenues to get those are fewer and farther between. So I would say Artemis is probably race safer a little bit, and Tonus not rolling for Zeus attack there, I think is probably the correct move, because here he gets to fill a core boon slot with Zeus. Zeus is still a good god to have in the pool, and he doesn't have to waste any of his very valuable rolls, which he really needs for Hermes, because Achilles can get amped up very easily by either rush delivery with hyper sprint or additional dashes.
Gotcha. Absolutely makes sense. Especially with, as we see, people spending so many rolls this race on trying to go for the namesake hyper delivery, or rush sprint as some people call it. Definitely makes sense that a more race safe option would be to go with the Athena attack.
Yeah.
It is interesting that Tonus put it on this Chamber 12 Fountain for Evan, as I'm in the middle of this whole spiel. I know Tonus has mentioned putting Zeus on special a lot, instead of trying to put it onto caster, even wasting the roll. It is a
Yes.
nice spike of damage as well, when you're using it for so much mobility and using it to get the amplification on your attacks.
Yeah. I don't remember
Pretty interesting choice.
I don't remember if he was offered the cast there as well. He has picked up Crush Shot at this point. But one thing that the Zeus cast does is it doesn't stick in enemies very well, especially in the boss fights. And Tonus was saying the other day about about Achilles that it really wants that extra 50% from the boiling blood damage. And thanks to that Chamber 12 Fountain, we're seeing the runners basically neck and neck coming out of Tartarus. So solid 330 Tartaruses for both of them.
What, 337 on Tonus versus 338 on Evan? We've got a race underway.
And Evans picked up a Light of Ixion in the mid biome shop, allowing him to, or the post biome shop, allowing him to skip the first chamber of Asphodel.
Yeah, that'll be a
Very valuable.
huge boost coming into here. From the stats that I've run, missing free rooms in Elysium is the most common, or in Asphodel is the most common, rather. It usually averages out to just under 1 free room per Asphodel across all the runs from Side Tussle and the main event. So being able to secure that first free room can be a huge advantage,
All right, let's see.
especially when the margins are so tight.
Ooh, Tonus picking up +3 dashes from Hermes and right into a chamber 18 Eurydice. So because of the way that the room generation works in Asphodel and which rooms are especially for the end of the biome versus the beginning of the biome, getting the stairwell room. Oh, are we going to see it? Ooh, +4 dashes for Tunis off
Oh,
of that Ambrosia gamble.
that is
Anyways,
wild.
so because of how the room generation works, getting a 3 exit room in your first chamber of Asphodel is your best bet of seeing Eurydice. I think it's almost like a 30% chance to see it out of there. So your 3 exit chaos and your stair room, which is the one Tonus was in, are your best bets there. So he was lucky, but also had the best setup to get there.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I know there's
we're going to see
also
Tonus take off a little bit with all these dashes. Should be fun.
Potential 4-witch coming up on the right side of the screen here. Does he land it? Oh,
Ooh,
just barely misses
land.
it. Still lands the 3-witch, though, which is a pretty clean fight overall. It is also very interesting to see. In the main event yesterday, Achilles was selected by every runner, and yet it was only let through 3 times. 2 of those runs were about average, with the third run unfortunately seeing a penalty box. So I am very curious if the times that we're seeing out of Achilles will take off with the split here. Both of these runners are very accomplished players, so I am hyped to see what kind of insane times we can get coming out of here.
Yeah, personally, I'm of the opinion that that Achilles, as a consistent race weapon, even with flurry jab, has been a little bit overrated. Like as you said, like not all the times when it was let through were amazing. But when sometimes all it takes is one thing, like this +3 dashes with the epic Artemis attack from Tonus is going to go a long way. And I also want to highlight, aside from the obvious, Hermes difference in the builds, they have the same core boons right now. They are the central boons to the build, I should say. They both have Artemis attack and Poseidon dash. Tonus has a lot of other sources of damage, though. There's going to be some chip damage from the Zeus on the special. Crush shot's a lot of damage, especially when boosted by the Achilles buff. Even though it kind of seems like their stuff's the same, uh, Tunis has some additional sources of damage where I think all of that Evan has is a Dash Strike Chaos boon that he picked up in Asphodel. I
Yeah,
believe it
that
was
Dash Strike
common.
Chaos boon doing work, though, shredding through Lerny, though Tonus is catching up here. Evan also paying the unfortunate Lerny tax, flexing his gamer card a little bit as he wraps up the fight.
Yeah, and so Tonus is the one who was in the hyper delivery chat yesterday, just always telling everyone to pick up more health, pick up more health. So we'll see how safe he can keep himself as he really shreds through that final phase of learning.
Mm-hmm. Both of them finishing up with incredibly close times. 7:08 exit on Evan versus 7:24 on Tonus.
Although I will say that Tonus only hit 2 witches on the Meg, Evan hit 3, so that's I don't know if anyone gets the moral victory there because neither hit 4, but yeah.
You see, there is a guide out there for all the Meg technology you could need in the world. I wonder if either runner has watched it. Especially missing the 3-witch Meg. Ugh, painful.
All right, Evan carefully navigating off of serrated point there, avoiding some potential disaster on his second hammer. A lot of people like to just completely avoid the second hammer on Achilles. Obviously, you can't always avoid it, but I like to take it just to get it out of the pool, so you stop seeing the hammers and can start getting more palms, more health.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
You
Tona's
know,
picking up Epic Jolted for his special over Billowing Strength on the Hades call, which
very interesting pick.
yeah,
Yeah.
which is interesting. I guess it's when you take into account the 150% from the Achilles buff, the 40% from the Epic attack, and the additional 100% from the Hades call. Another 20-30% isn't that big of a difference.
Yeah, for sure. But it all adds together, It's also he may have just snap picked it.
That's true as well.
Considering how many there's so few sources of being able to catch up, just due to how fast these runners are and how pretty even they are across the board in terms of their times. So every single second of
Ooh.
time save counts.
Speaking of time save, unfortunately, Tunis just missed a chaos gate for an Ixion-based chaos gate for taking the mid shot, but picked up a. Both runners are actually in 31 patty at the same time right now. Although Tunis is walking into mid boss, and I think Evan just walked out of mid boss. So depending on how this room goes for Evan, this may be a slight advantage for Tunis. But I see some big chariots in Evan's room, so that can be quite speedy.
Yeah, hopefully the enemy luck falls on Evan's side. The Elysium split is definitely the hottest contested split across all of these races. It is both the longest at most averaging over 4 minutes, and with about 22 to 29 seconds of variance for per runner. So there is plenty of time save that can be found in these rooms, especially with so many enemies spawning in. We're seeing 33 naked swordsmen for Evan. You hate to see
we got
it.
some looks like some naked swordsmen for Atonus as well, with some armored chariots built in. Both runners very, very close right now. And when you're this close together, every little thing counts. Like you can see that Tonus is hanging out near the entrance of this room, which is smart because it's keeping the spawns together. But Evan has been able to push the encounters to the other side of the room, so that you see Tonus had to spend about 4 or 5 seconds finishing the room after he had already finished it, whereas Evan, though he finished later, will be able to run right out. And he's looking at who has to roll to try and find Hunter's Mark. It only picks up common, where I think Tonus got an epic or rare. I think it was epic out of the mid boss.
The gods of luck certainly on Tonus' side with some of these boons, especially being able to hit the high roll and get the +4 dashes.
Yeah, and it looks like he hit a.
That'll translate into a lot of boss damage fight as well.
Yeah, and so here we're going to see the fruits of the +4 dashes and the Hunter's Mark pay on. Should be able to just bounce that crit back and forth between these the two heroes incredibly quickly. Not when they split up like that, but it seems like they've come back together.
This is something I'm kind of curious from a more mechanics perspective. Have we been able to figure out either what causes the bug with Theseus staying in his bubble, or have we been able to figure out what causes it to sometimes phase quickly?
There's a lot of stuff underneath the hood that isn't exposed in kind of like the human readable code. It's probably something to do with that. It has to do with the animations that they both stopped in and different things ending. It could probably be figured out and maybe even modded away, but it would definitely take a lot of effort. As to the animation skipping, I think that probably again also has something to do with where Achilles is in the animation, where Asterius is, what you're currently doing, right? Because there's so many small things that can affect the speed of the game. Like hey, like you doing a call, even hitting an enemy, introduces some hit stun. So any number of those things could combine and cause some issues.
For sure. Speaking of heroes, Tonus already flying through sticks while Evan is wrapping up at about we'll say like 12:07 door exit. That late mini boss for Tonus really showing its strength there with being able to save the extra chamber at the end of Elysium and being able to push through sticks here.
And I don't think either runner was able to pick up Breaking Wave or Typhoon's Fury or any sort of additional Poseidon damage for sticks. Thankfully, Tonus does have 6 dashes total to help bounce the enemies around anyway. So we're definitely going to see Tonus continue again to pull ahead just from being able to dash literally 3 times as many. Although Tonus does get Typhoon's Fury here for some extra wall slam damage.
Skipping past 2 green boons though.
I'm seeing in chat that Evan actually does have a common Breaking Wave, so that should help him a little bit. Not when he's getting all these tiny rat rooms though.
It is rats o'clock after all, as modded game text is reminding us.
Nice shout out to Tonus's pet rats there.
Rats all the way down.
Yeah, so even with Breaking Wave, Evan's still having to go back and kind of clean up some of his sticks rooms, unfortunately. So it's despite now having the same mini boss, we're going to see it take probably considerably longer there.
Especially with summons coming in, gathering all about the room.
Yeah.
Let's see what Evan picks up here.
Razor Shoals, yeah, that's what you take there. There's you'll get some boss damage from it in Hades. Nothing else really to stress about.
Just all these extra sources of damage, eventually adding up to hopefully quicker kills. Boon for Tonus here.
Oh, taking epic attack speed. I'm not quite sure how well nicely that interacts with Flurry Jab. I seem to remember a Dunk stream where Dunk particularly didn't like it. But that may have just been that it throws you off of your normal flurry jab timings. It may not be that it's detrimental to the build.
Yeah, like it at first glance, you'd think, oh, it's just flurry air jab, right? But
Flurry
there
air
definitely
jab.
is a lot of cases where stuff like that messes with timings, especially like on sword runs, for example. You think of Dash Nova. Theoretically, it's more mobility for your kit, but it's such a weird interaction that you're not used to that you'd have to actually spend the time to learn it. And the few times you see it with those combos, doesn't necessarily make it all that good.
Yeah, it seems like Evans picked up the rare Artemis Boon support fire. Now, I know that there's some prominent community member who really likes that boon. I want to say that it's Museus. Do you think that's right? I think
Uh,
they've.
So here's my deep dark secret, Seagull. I actually am a closet support fire believer.
Oh, I enjoy support fire on fast weapons as well. I was just trying to make Bill mad by forgetting him intentionally. No, I mean support fire is it's not zero damage, right? Especially on a slower weapon like like a Hestia or a Beowulf, it's probably not doing too much except for opening fully loaded.
Mhm.
But on a weapon like Achilles, on Eris, Lucifer, it's assuming you get one support fire, a little 10 damage bolt for every Zeus attack you get on a Zeus build. It's basically doubling your Zeus damage.
Yeah, for sure.
And it looks
Also,
cool.
it looks so cool. Tonus wrapping up the first dad fight. 15, 13, 15,
11, I
15,
believe.
11.
Very fast.
Extremely fast. That is the fourth fastest single run in all of Hyper Delivery 3.
And what weapons were the faster runs on?
That is actually also the only Achilles run in the top 10. Every other one is Hestia, Beo, or Hera, except for Tonus's one Lucifer run.
It looks like Tonus is definitely filling up the leaderboards as we've come to expect, both in tournaments and out of tournaments.
Tonus and
Evan,
Shiitake both
yeah,
dominating as well.
Evan, far from he is absolutely playing very very well here, but there's only so much you can do when you don't have as many dashes, and I don't believe he's really picked up aside from a Chaos Boon any big sources of damage scaling here.
Speaking of chaos, another early one for Tonus on the left side.
Ooh, and on Lucifer, unfortunately, taking some extra cast damage, but also okay, that was
Oh,
Evan came
last
very close
second.
to a penalty
Yeah.
box there, but not quite, and cleaned it out with a 16:30 time, which is still a very very good time for a Force 3 sack run. But he's going to need some catch up in the rail run here to hope to gain some ground back on Tonus.
Absolutely. We are seeing just about a minute difference out of the first run, but there's still plenty of time saved across all of these different splits.
So looking at Tonus's God pool so far, has picked up rare Zeus attack, which on a weapon like Lucifer, which doesn't have the global damage buff of Eris, that rarity can matter a lot, and is picking up Athena here. I'm curious if he'll take the special, the cast, or something, or just go for no core boons. Epic special, you really can't turn that down. That makes sense.
Whole lot of damage coming out. And we've got Evan starting up on the right side of the screen as well, taking Rocket Bomb with his Hestia. Pretty standard.
It's an interesting pick for Hestia in my opinion. Obviously, Rocket Bomb gives you basically a 1 in 3 chance or a 30% chance of getting cluster rockets, which is going to light up your Elysium and beyond, which is where Hestia struggles the most.
Mhm.
And but it can be a little hard to control if you're not used to it. But Evan's been practicing. He's he's on it. So definitely a good pick. It's basically just another Hestia shot that you get every few seconds that you have to manage.
Yeah, it's such a massive spike of damage. We've also, unfortunately, a lot of the Hestia experts seem to have fallen out of the race. Hooli's 1445 single split on Hestia is still the fastest of the race, and I'll be impressed to see that beat. But Hestia is one of those rails that, despite playing second fiddle to Eris across so many things, without Eris in the pool, it really is shining. 15:51 average time. Every runner landing sub 17 with it so far.
Yeah, I'd say it's absolutely very consistent at nailing that sub 17, but you really need either like a hyper delivery, a smoldering air, or a cluster rockets to, or some amazing rooms to really take it past that due to its weakness in Elysium and beyond. And
Absolutely.
speaking of Eris, though, Tonus's build is really coming together. Picked up, looks like a natural title dash. So core boons are pretty much set here, and also managed to grab an epic Ravenous Will from the mid boss, which doesn't look like he's casting too much in these rooms because he doesn't need it. May come into effect later, but that's 30% global damage, which is working your way up to an Eris buff. If you can get targeting system as the second as a hammer, then that's basically just running Eris at that point.
Yeah, it's like practically global Mirage Shot, right?
Practically global Mirage Shot. And that's our one Mirage Shot joke for the commentary block. So
Yep,
don't
we're
worry.
done with that one. Checking that off the bingo board, right?
Yeah, just holding it over all the people in chat that can't say it.
Yeah.
All right. So Evan unfortunately had to having to take Chamber 10 mid shop over a Chamber 10 Sisyphus there, and rolling. Okay, interesting. Spending a roll on the Dionysus purchase there, and having to settle for a special speed from Hermes. So really not a good start there. Unfortunately, so if he didn't have Rocket Bomb, I would almost recommend taking a Drunken Flourish there in on Hestia, just to open yourself up for exclusive access, because you're working off of a title dash start. You probably won't get it, but if you do manage to get it out of Tartarus or something, and you can
Green
pick up some
boons are good.
epic chaos boons and epic Hermes, that can go a long way.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
just honestly, just spending a roll on Dionysus boon of all things, that really can run you into some trouble later
Let's
when
hope
you're
it doesn't come
looking for
back.
rolls from Hermes.
Let's hope it doesn't come back to haunt him. Tonus picking up another early Chaos Gate. Meanwhile, Evan finally entering the Furies fight. Up against Megara, or up against Tisiphone when Tonus had Megara as well, which honestly I should have done some statistical analysis on to see if there actually is that much of a difference between them. It feels longer because it's 3 phases instead of 4. I feel like the
Ooh,
difference
he
is
got some
minuscule, though.
getting some big damage there, even without. I don't believe he has an attack boon yet. Did he pick up Artemis? No, even without the attack boon,
No
was getting
attack
some
boon.
big chunks there. I think that was thanks to simultaneous rocket bomb and attacks at the same time. And so to speak to the difference, picking up a Cascade to there too, very very good.
Very nice.
Speaking to the length of the Fury fights, I think Lily previously had done some math on their phasing times, right? Because Tisiphone actually also has the most HP out of any of the Furies. But it's the difference is negligible, right? If we cared about small differences in HP, we would run EM0, because the EM1 Furies, I believe, do have slightly more health as well. But Tisiphone actually, there's fewer phases, but they last longer, and so the total phasing time is like a second or two slower, I believe. Tisiphone also has a lot of attacks where if they hit you, you kind of get stunned for a second, whereas the other Furies, you can just kind of face tank the damage. So there's just a lot of stuff that can slow you down, that can irritate a speedrunner.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely have one too many DDs dropped because of unfortunate Tisiphone stun timings. Evan picking up a Eurydice while Tonus finds a fountain
Ooh,
on
a
Chamber
Fountain 22, and that's after picking up Storm Lightning in the mid boss. So I'd be interested to see if we can find ourselves another Zeus to potentially get a splitting bolt and start sweeping.
Would be nice. Interestingly, both runners had a exactly even Tartarus split there, with a 343 on both sides. Difference is about 1 minute 18 seconds.
Ooh,
Definitely going to see some time shifting around here.
Did Evan already go in the mid shop? I might have just missed it because he's walking into a 21 mid boss. I'm not sure I saw him in the shop.
Did he? That's a very good question.
Well, if he didn't, if he did miss shop, that's very unfortunate. Lucky to pick up the Artemis attack there. I was just saying that it's not necessarily a given, because he has currently only one core boon filled. So there's a lot of other stuff that could show up there. Thankfully, Artemis does have very few boons available to you. Just off the cuff, it's pretty much just the cores and pressure points. And then the call. And so he's cleaning up this 22. His ST play is very good. He's alternating between the rocket and the shot very well. He's using his dash strikes from his chaos boon effectively. Skipping the free Hermes, because honestly, there's not much Hermes can do for him at this point, except give him. I think he already took the special speed. Yeah, so there's really not much Hermes can do for him at this point. Like, plus dashes is good on Hestia, but he can always pick it up in a room later. Like, he honestly saved a couple seconds there from not having to stop and pick up a boon. And
Yeah,
as
for
Jonas
sure.
is walking into Elysium as he enters learning, he's going to need every little second to catch up he can get. Big chunks, though.
Huge chunks. It is also interesting with special speed rocket bomb interaction, how it reduces the cooldown between being able to fire off rocket bombs.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a rhythm to get used to, but once you have it down, it can massively speed up your gameplay with how much damage rocket bomb does.
Yeah. So
So
if I were Evan here, I would take potentially Aphrodite keepsake, maybe Athena into Elysium to try and pick up a boon for the special. Because like there's really nothing else you want at this point. Hades Call isn't any good on Hestia, so really his focus now should be getting some damage onto that special.
yeah,
The safest avenue would be just to take Shackle and hope to see Artemis to pick up. Okay, so he's going for the Aphrodite special. Very good. It's a very safe choice.
I believe I saw Tonus just take triple beam. That's 3
Oh,
whole beams in comparison to 1.
and
What's your thought on that?
he probably seeded. I believe he seeded triple bomb as well. So
Yeah.
if that's let's take a look at how many bombs he pops out here. Yeah, Tunis has effectively tripled his weapon. He's got 3 bombs, 3 beams. Uh, so we should see what time, if my math is right, 3 times as fast as the average Lucifer run.
Yeah, that checks
Looking
out.
maybe like a 1 minute Asphodel here, or
Mhm.
Elysium here. Sounds about right.
Would definitely be record breaking. Speaking of records, one that I am interesting to see is that the fastest tart so far has been a 327 set by Scalar Motion in one of the side tussles. No one has managed to beat it. A few people came close with 330s, very low 330s, but no one has actually managed to beat that mark yet.
It's
I'm
a tough
curious
mark
to
to
actually
beat.
see that beat. Yeah.
You
It
got
featured
you got to have free rooms and solid enemies for that. Like
mhm.
one unarmored witch enemy room can really just ruin your whole day.
Yeah, absolutely. Picking up the second Hermes for Evan here, +3 dashes picked up. The
Wow.
wait paid off.
And into a unfortunately an early Patroclus. It's better to see Patty than early than not at all. But this is
Mhm.
also the earliest chamber. He can see it, and taking the early mid boss here. It's a bit of a gamble you're facing, right? Uh, because at basically how this is going to work is he can see mid shop out of the next room, and he's almost guaranteed to see mid shop out of the. Actually, yeah, he's already seen the one exit room, so he is guaranteed to see mid shop out of the next room. Whereas trying to push it, he could have potentially seen mid shop and then not seen another boss. But this is the
Mhm.
safest option to basically guarantee seeing both.
Mhm. I
Uh,
wonder if it would have been worth the risk just to go for the time save. Not sure if either streamer or either racer is watching the stream, but
yeah,
knowing that difference, it may be the kind of high roll that he needs to catch some time back here in this Elysium.
and picking up an epic Aphrodite special. They're very good. Could slap a palm in there too to help, but honestly, doesn't even need it for some big damage.
Extra palm never hurts.
Yeah, although it seems that Evan's just kind of boon poor in general. He did get Dying Lament, which will help a lot in sticks and just helps with Hermes overall. And
Mhm.
picking up an Epic Typhoon's Fury here will some additional sticks help. So I don't think he's seen. I may have missed it, but I don't think he's seen the second hammer yet.
I don't think so either. Um, Seeing Naked Bowman on 34 though,
Quick
very
on this.
unfortunate.
Yeah, although it seems like there's some naked eyeball people in Evan's 33 as well. Although also having some butterfly balls and armored chariots to help speed him up.
Mhm.
Evan got Ricochet Fire. Thank you, Lapras. So Ricochet Fire is probably one of, if not the best, like Hestia specific hammer because especially if you get it early as your first hammer when you don't get Cluster Rocket prereqs, because it lets you hit multiple things. It's also great in the heroes fight if you can get the stuff to ricochet properly and not hit Theseus's shield. It's good in sticks. It's good pretty much everywhere except the Hades fight, unfortunately, which is where Hestia really needs some help. It's like a pretty solid 34 here for Evan. Though I feel like he's closing the gap. We won't know until the Elysium splits roll in though. And
Yeah,
Tunis
it is.
certainly has a
Tunis
very good build.
demolishing that fight. The beams ripping through the enemies, specials flying out everywhere, bombs exploding, lasers flying.
There's just a
Minotaur
lot of
balls.
damage on the screen, right? Like, who cares if you don't have the plus 75% Eris damage when you just have damage everywhere? Although
Looking cool.
we see
Too.
almost as much damage popping out of, or potentially the same damage popping out of Evan over here. The Rocket Bomb AoE is doing a lot of work with the heroes next to each other. Theseus is gone. Minotaur's gone. Very fast fight.
Yeah, it looks
S-
like Tonus also struggled on that Elysium split a bit as well with a 511.
Ooh, yeah,
Um,
that's rough.
2858.
Ooh,
With that,
Evan taking
Ev-
Hades call. Interesting choice. Hestia really doesn't charge up the call very well at all.
Mhm.
If you don't have smoldering air, quick favor, or any other fast means of damage, you're pretty much never getting even a lesser call, Hades call proc off, maybe one or two in the Hades fight overall. Personally,
Mhm.
I like to take it's totally preference. I like to take the acorn there because you're getting staggered by Hades hits less, and you keep high confidence up for longer. It is a point of
Absolutely.
personal preference, though. It's pretty marginal at that point.
For sure. Um, Also, the quick update on that Elysium door exit, 18-second difference. Um, Somehow finding almost 50 full seconds of time save on that Elysium for Evan.
Yeah.
This race is now a lot closer than it was right at the end of Weapon 1.
It can't ricochet fire really helped Evan out there. I think, and effectively almost doubling the attack damage in some rooms. But honestly, just from watching the play, there was a lot of very clean, very deliberate Hestia moves there. So big props to him for closing the gap a little bit there. I mean, I don't think either of them really got any disgustingly free rooms. So
Mhm. Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating watching some of these Hestia players play with how tight and very precise all of their dashes are.
yeah,
Navigating
because
around the rooms perfectly just to pump out damage.
it didn't seem like Tonus was able to, aside from like Hades call and like +1 dash and the Ravenous Will, which I'm not even sure if he's being that diligent about keeping up. It
Mhm.
doesn't seem like he was able to pick up really any additional sources of damage scaling aside from obviously that triple bomb there, just nuking that room. Uh,
Mhm.
so that may have been a source of frustration in Elysium as well, especially when the enemies are spread out and the triple bomb shotgun is less effective.
Yeah, for sure. It's also interesting to think about the more mental side of the game, like the more intangibles with this. Seeing room after room of enemies that you're just not clearing as quickly, it can take a toll on you. Both of these
Yeah,
runners, of course, very talented, putting many hours into this game. Um, but still, you do have to think about that in a race setting.
nothing takes the
Uh,
wind out of your sails more than a 5 minute Elysium. Let me tell you.
I've seen plenty of those.
All right, so
Uh,
we'll see if he was able to, if everyone was able to close the gap even further here. Uh, but Tunis
Running
walking
Remember
in
for
at
Weapon.
a very respectable time, looking to probably match Evan's first weapon time and his second weapon time.
Only 10 seconds between them on that exit.
Additional 8 seconds of gap closing going on there. And
Mhm.
so I will say that I'm very happy with the last boon that Tonus picked up uh, in six, which was a Poseidon boon. He was offered, I think, it might have even been offered a wave pounding, but took an epic boiling point. Boiling point is a fantastic boon. You'll see anytime he gets
Ooh.
hit, he's going to be able to charge up that Hades call a tremendous amount, which is very helpful for this first phase. I don't know if he got a single darkness because he was able to build up some additional procs to delay that technique before phasing, and boom, like you just saw he
You
got hit
see
by a
with that
swipe there,
swipe there,
the
yeah.
whole thing. Unfortunately, though, if you see what happened just then, it got hit and took a death defiance. Didn't charge up at all there because the call was still charging down. While the call is moving downwards after you're using it, you cannot gain any more charge, and that applies to all calls, all like smoldering air, all that stuff. So it's important to keep that in mind. It's like Tunis is trying to charge up the full call here, doesn't quite get there. Just going to use the lesser one to finish off Hades. And Evan
Evan actually finishing
has,
beforehand.
has caught up and has taken the lead. And so, but essentially, the runners are neck and neck going into the Hera run. So
The
that was
animation
a
playing at the same time across their screens too. This is
yeah,
an amazing race.
fantastic catch up there. Evan just he had some fantastic damage. There was some chaos dash strike in there. I think I saw a strong drink, epic boons all around. God's pride really pulling its weight there. Also, I think Baj said it best. Lucifer does suck sometimes.
Oh yeah, that
Really desperately wants some Eris caliber global damage scaling, unfortunately. But here we are going into Hera. Looks like, yep, mirrors are identical.
mhm. Here we get the Hera Mera match. Um,
Let's see what
Very
they're seeing.
unfortunate for Tonus. I will have to double check my numbers, but it looks like that was an 18-minute Lucifer run. That's painful.
I see just from looking at the splits, it looks like a 1638 actually.
1638. That's
Yeah, 'cause
probably
it
more
goes
likely.
from 1610
Yeah.
to 3248 there. This actually gives us a great
No idea where my
opportunity.
numbers are off.
There's been some contention in the community recently. It's like, is flurry shot good? Is triple shot better? We've got a perfect opportunity to see here, obviously, because there's no variations in skill, execution, or RNG. This is just going to be a
None
pure
at all.
competition of hammers. Tuna's picking up an early chaos boon. Very fortunate, both for skipping the room and for what the boon could give him. Though Evan's going to pick one up as well. And honestly, Tunis is one of my least favorite chaos curses to take in early Tartarus on the cast weapon, which is the Pauper's Curse. So now he's stuck at 103 gold and probably will not be able to buy a boon for mid shop. And so there's nothing worse than walking to mid shop with not enough money and seeing that Artemis, Poseidon, or Demeter that you
Demeter
needed.
just sitting there. What did Evan get for his chaos curse there? I
I
missed
didn't see
that.
the boon, but that I believe that's a. I forget if that's an addled chaos curse, which triggers every time that he casts.
Mm.
So that's well, Tunis will not be purchasing anything. Evan may not be surviving.
Will we see a penalty box today? That's the question.
And so Tono's going to roll once on Demeter. Very unfortunate getting a bunch of garbage from Demeter on the second roll. Demeter has some of the most boons you can see on the first boon, so getting what you want from Demeter is almost impossible. Taking the Mistral Dash, which is it's fine, doesn't open up any duos with the core boons. It's fine, right? And we saw they're unable to buy anything in mid shop.
Epic crush shot for Evan. That's going to be a nice pickup here. Especially compared to Tonus's common crush shot on the other side. It will be very interesting to see how this breaks down.
And Evan picking up attack and a palm in the mid shop, where Tonus was unable to purchase anything. So we're seeing a stark damage difference here, right? Because Tonus is down at 90 damage on the cast, whereas Evan is up at like 160 right now. So
Something
it's
like
almost double. Although Tonus now has a palm in the cast, which equalizes stuff a little more. Evan doing a great
also
job of
finding the natural
dying.
Artemis attack as well.
Yeah, Evan's well set up for Mirage Shot. Whereas unless Tonus sees a good boon in the end shop, will not. And Evan picking up natural Demeter too. Very, very, very fortunate boons. God pool for Evan and Tartarus here. And Tonus just a hair ahead. With Evan picking up a rare Ravenous Will here. Into an 11 fountain. Oh man, he's getting
a run.
The game is rewarding him for his selection of flurry shot, which is obviously the superior hammer.
Also, I did find where my numbers were wrong. Tonus's Lucifer split was 1638. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, although Tonus getting a Chamber 12 Sisyphus, not gifting Boldy. Controversial moment. And picking up quick reload and I'm gonna roll for a good boon again. Killing Freeze there, which Killing Freeze is good here. Good with the Mistral Dash because it's good to easy to apply on the bosses, but not a good God pool coming out. I think you still. So his options here are basically force Artemis for the attack, and then potentially force Poseidon for Mirage to get a Mirage Shot in Elysium, which is always a risk, or to potentially force Demeter for maybe finally getting Snowburst.
It will be interesting to see what he does. Both of them still wrapping up Furies at about the same time. Evan's pushing that lead just a bit further with insta-phasing Electo a couple times there.
Yeah, Evan's got the pieces. Oh, he's picking up an extra Meg and is up at 5 cast stones thanks to a Prometheus stone and the Chaos Boon there. Tonus getting nothing good from the well. This is definitely going to be Tunus's race to catch up on here because Evan is definitely much more well situated to have a fast run right here. Tunus having an opportunity to pick up greater recall here, a Hermes boon that you normally want to see on flurry shot, but is useful no matter where you get it.
Let's see here. Evan's God pool is pretty much set now, right?
Not just his God pool. Let's take a look at those rolls. He's been given everything he's needed so far without rolling. It would appear either still has 6 rolls after starting with 4. So that's quite healthy.
You love to see it. And we're right into, I believe he's picking up his first Hermes off of this as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Armored Skull Mats as well.
So Tunis, you'll notice Tunis is having some issues cleaning up some of the single enemies that are all spread out here. Honestly, I don't feel like the triple shot is doing a lot of good outside of the bosses right now because the rooms aren't terribly crowded and a lot of small enemies that are hard to hit. And that flurry shot with the additional base damage would be helping a lot here. Although he's going to pick up another level in the palm, and finally, taking rare ravel over
Bravo.
snowburst. He paused for long
Interesting.
enough. That I think he might have seen it, but that may have just been that may be a personal choice. Something to
Mhm.
ask about later, perhaps.
Absolutely. Landing the 4 Witch Meg. Beautiful tech. Evan rolling. And rolling. And rolling.
Oh no, it
Oh,
doesn't.
may have misclicked there.
I don't know if you. I don't know. I think spending 6 entire rolls on Hermes is definitely painful. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would spend those last 3 rolls there, especially when he still wants Mirage Shot. The chances of getting, because there's quick reload is the only thing that gives Hera immediate value.
It's
So
definitely going to be feeling a bit bad for him, though. He settled for. He was offered +3
ooh,
dashes against his common hyper sprint. Maybe coming back to bite him a bit there with spending that many rolls and
yeah,
not landing.
and spends 2 rolls in the Artemis mid boss there with no Mirage. It was pretty unfortunate. Got offered like a couple of replacements in there. Ended up taking the crowd favorite support fire, which is a prerequisite for fully loaded, which is something he can eye at this point because he's out of rolls. He can still force Artemis in Elysium, so that's something. Picking up Typhoon's Fury in Chamber 22, which is something I would recommend against because now second wave is open and cluttering the duo and legendary pool for Poseidon. If he sees another Poseidon boon, it may offer the wrong thing.
What, you mean the best boon in the game? Yeah, it is very unfortunate to see that and open it up in your pool way too early, especially when you still want the Mirage shot.
Yeah, so Tonus able to pull ahead due to a good fountain at the end there and just some rock solid hair play overall. Although with a level 4 cast and no Mirage shot, really relying on triple shot to power the boss damage here, I think.
Triple shot definitely getting it done, though.
Yeah, you can see how much faster Tonus was able to phase the main learning head than Evan is here with Flurry Shot. But I think Evans can also maneuver much more quickly through the smaller learning heads, although he is going to pay the learning tax.
I'm actually curious. That was a very fast Elysium from Tonus.
Looks like
323.
yeah, wow, very speedy. That maybe you'll have to check your numbers, but that could be the fastest Asphodel split I'd imagine that we've seen.
321 actually was. Shout out to Dirk for that one.
Didn't even need Delta Chamber. All right, so it looks like Evans Asphodel was 357, so lost about 30 seconds there. And we saw how close they were coming out of Tartarus. So
Still anyone's race.
yeah, Tona's picking up triple flurry shot, showing you don't even need to seed for it, and picking up and getting the natural Poseidon.
Chaos on the other end, though.
The force Poseidon.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
unfortunate.
nothing good there. Taking the dash strike boon, which I don't know that I don't know if he took that for the best curse to get or the boon because flurry shot isn't doing much dash striking. Yeah, it can if you're very good and careful with it, but with Hera, when you're focused on the cast, it's less likely. Tony's picking up Mirage shot. Very fortunate chain there.
Absolutely. Beautiful
This
find there for him.
This seals up any
seal it.
this seals up any difference they had in their damage with Tonus not pulling ahead because Evan has of yet been unable to find Mirage shot, unfortunately. And they've got the same hammers.
Well, Evan's coming into his second
boons,
hammer
pretty
here,
much.
so we'll see.
Oh yeah, sorry, the same important hammer, by which I mean flurry shot.
Another green boon for Tonus there, picking up Heartrend.
Triple flurry.
Oh, we actually have the same hammers now.
Yeah,
Let's go.
So we're gonna see the true value of triple flurry here on Tunis's screen. Once the casts are in, look at how much damage triple flurry does once you're standing inside Asterius.
Palming title dash over on Evan as he enters Asterius as well.
Yeah, that's another reason that it's bad to run out of rolls early on Hera because he's still at I can't tell if that's a level 3 or a level 5 cast. I think it might be a 3.
Yeah, despite the rarity boost.
Not getting those, not being able to put those palms in or even roll for them is valuable.
Nice little bit of tech by Evan there, using the firing against the wall so that the casts explode but do not go into Asterius, and then immediately reloading and pumping him back in, finishing off the second phase very quickly.
Kind of a homemade quick reload there.
Both runners entering Chamber 32 about the same time. This is definitely anyone's race, and it may come down to just room RNG.
I
Though
was taking
Tonus's
help
boss
over
damage, that may
safety.
still steal it.
Yeah, although Evans also on 1 DED, but is also down about 40 or 30 to 40 max HP over Tonus. So there's some danger there, especially when with the triple shot, you are incentivized to get up close and personal with enemies and bosses.
Also, chat pointing out, I'm sorry, Evan apparently did find Mirage Shot on mid shop. I somehow missed
33
that.
and 34 patties for both of them. Looks like this, barring any huge penalty box issues in the bosses for Tonus, this may seal the race for him, with both of them receiving those free rooms at those points.
Mhm. Do either of them have Breaking Wave? Because that could be a tiny bit of time save through sticks, which could
So
even it
as
up.
mentioned, Evan, I believe, does have Evan that took Typhoon's Fury, I believe, and so that
Yeah.
that helps a little bit, not a ton. And honestly, with Flurry Shot, I guess you could still be utilizing the Tidal Dash pretty well. And I will say, Tonus doesn't even have Tidal Dash.
Oh, that's right. He
So
has
is
Mistral
Mistral
Dash.
Dash. So I think Tidal Dash might do a little more damage in those tight rooms than the Killing Free as well.
408 Elysium out of Tunis there.
Making up nicely for the 5-minute stinker that was Lucifer.
They all average out.
It all averages out in the end. Everyone has the same Hades times after all. It's all just
We're just trading the free rooms around until
we're
someone
just
gets them all
passive
together at once.
exactly. All right, so Tonus entering first tunnel as Evans finishing up heroes, as mentioned. And honestly, even without Tidal Dash or Breaking Wave or anything, I still think Hera's sticks damage is focused in the casts.
Yeah,
Maybe,
this may
he'll lose 10, 15 seconds, but it looks like there's a 33-second gap right now. So it would take a lot for Tonus to lose this lead, though not impossible.
Yeah. I'd feel pretty comfortable calling this for Tonus, but who knows? It's Hades. Anything can happen.
Yeah, just to take a look at the runners' times, looks like both of them are fairly on track for some hot sub 50 times, which on Force 3 sacks is always a phenomenal achievement.
And we have only seen 3 sub 50s this whole race so far. Tonus is 47.29, Shiitake is 48 even, and Huli's 49.21.
Yeah, if you're watching Evan's screen a little bit, I guess you can't really tell here, but just paying close attention to whether or not he's actually making use of the Tidal Dash. Picking apart Ren, some additional boss damage on the triple flurry there while the casts are lodged, but nothing spectacular. That's gonna at this point nothing, not even like a fully loaded pickup really will change your boss damage too much.
Absolutely. Fully loaded would be fun though. Very hard to pick up, but when you see it, whew, so many casts.
Always a pleasure. Yeah, so I think Tunis is definitely losing some time here in sticks, because I can see the wall slam procs kind of slamming, kind of finishing off the enemies, whereas Tunis sometimes has to turn around and pick some up. But a full tunnel ahead is even some awful darkness RNG in Tonus's fight will not lose this. It would take a penalty box and a half, I think, at this point.
And with
So it's looking
230
like
health and 3 DDs, I don't know if we're gonna see it unless the impossible happens.
Yeah. So with this looking like it's wrapped up, I guess the last remaining question here is if Tonus will be able to close this out below 49 minutes, which it'll be tight. It's possible. Got to say though, absolutely just amazing times from both racers. As Ghost said, there have only been 3 sub 50 times yet this tournament. Sometimes it's just who you're up against and what kind of runs they managed to pull off.
And here we may see 2 sub 50s back to back. 48-24.
And looks like Tonus is going to be able to get out of first phase without any darknesses that I was able to see. I might have missed one. But yeah, looking like a 30-second difference in the stick splits. So like we said, Evan was able to close it down a little bit, but only by
seconds of time
3 seconds or so.
Not too much.
Yeah, and so now with all this health, all this safety, Tonus can just stand next to Hades and just spam those triple flurry shots, closing out with a 48-51, bringing it home under 49 minutes. And how fast is that just in the scope of the tournament so far?
That would be the third fastest run.
Fantastic. And given that the first fastest run, I think, was also Tonus.
Making a shiitake sandwich there. It will be interesting to see what we end up with for the final matchup. I'm very excited to see this next race coming up as well.
Oh, yeah.
Evan's still putting up a massive time here and finishing it out pretty steadily.
Yeah, so this is looking like so 49-33 is his final time. Where does that put him in the overall rankings if you include Tonus's new time?
That would put him at 5th.
And so and that's with 2 Tonuses above, correct?
That's with 2 Tonuses above, yeah.
Right. So the fourth fastest time from fourth fastest person to post the time so far.
Evan here.
Fantastic. Well,
Yep.
Let's give him a second to decompress, and then looks like they're both back in the chat here. So Evan, gotta know, were you watching? Like, were you aware of the pace the whole time, or are you just coming to terms now?
No, I wasn't aware. What I did see, so I had Discord up, and it was covering 95% of the Twitch stream, and obviously I didn't have the Twitch sound on because I didn't want to be distracted by it. And I would see glimpses of what room Tunis was in, and I didn't like notice that until I was on my Hera run. So like, okay, I see that I'm just getting to heroes, and he just got to heroes too. And but there's like a 10 or 20-second delay, so he's a little bit ahead of me. So I gotta try to make it up in sticks. So like, okay, he just got to dad. I'm just getting like, so I know it was pretty close, but
Yeah, so phenomenal races from both of you. You walked, I believe, into the Hera run at pretty much the same time, and it was a triple shot versus a flurry shot start, a showdown basically with that. Ended up just 42 seconds apart with the finishes, incredibly close, just absolutely fantastic. Anything you'd like to call out specifically from your races? Evan,
not
where you
really.
are?
Achilles is absolute pain. I ran into a lot of pretty crappy Elysiums, but I mean, it was a good race. I'm glad I got the sub 50 for this one.
Yeah, and that fiery Hera run, Hestia run definitely was able to pull you back.
Yeah.
And Tonus,
it was
despite not being as confident, how are you feeling after that?
So my Achilles went obviously really nicely because I just found all the dashes man can ever need.
Plus 4 dashes.
Plus
Every
4
dash.
dashes, yeah. So I was like feeling okay at that point, and then I think it was Lucifer the Elysium that was over 5 minutes, and then I was like, okay, this is not gonna be easy. So, and it wasn't easy after that.
Fought it back. Like, if we
Managed
look
to
at
pull
this,
it back, though.
if we look at the splits here, you got a sub 15 by 1 second on that Hera run. Fantastic.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it. What was your Achilles time?
It's like 15 and 10-ish, let's see.
Yeah, so I made up a ton of ground in
Yeah, 15,
Weapon
11.
2 because I made up a minute 20.
Yeah, my
from-
Lucifer was
from that one.
16:38, which is one of the worst Lucifer runs I've had whole week.
Mhm.
It's pretty much due to that Elysium split. It was a 5:11.
Yeah, it was
where
crazy.
your
I was leaving Asphodel at like 7 minutes. I was like, okay, we're flying. This is going great. And then
and
Elysium just
Elysium happened.
killed it.
Definitely.
Phenomenal showing though from both the runners here.
Absolutely. And we're going to be seeing them both again later. Timbo, do we still want them to plug stuff, or do they just plug later? All right. Yeah. Yeah, so stay tuned. Next race is going to be Dunk Zero versus Shiitake. Should be hopefully just as exciting, if not more exciting than this race. And yeah, we'll see you all when we get back.
Welcome back to Hyper Delivery 3, everyone. My name is Ghost, and I'm paired here with Seagull for the second semifinal match, where we've got Dunko versus Shiitake.
All right, first up to introduce, we have the racer that needs no introduction, the Hermes Cup 3 and 4 champion, the Hyper Delivery Commentary champion, Dunk Zero. Dunk, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I feel generally well rested. I feel not prepared, but when do I ever? I'm pretty sure every tournament experience for me, especially for the like, even in the tournaments that I won, has been me flying by the seat of my pants and somehow making it work. So that's how I feel today, and I'm gonna hope that it works out.
Yeah. Also, I apologize if Dunk Zero is something you don't like. I did it by accident once, and it is now just in my head.
Wait, Dunk Zero? I don't care. I
Okay.
take all the iterations of my name.
Good to know.
So
And on the other side of the screen here, introducing my second food item today, we have the dark horse of the race, Shiitake. Also one of the fastest racers of the race, so it'll be very exciting to see this matchup. Shiitake, how do you feel coming into this against the legend that is Dunko?
Yeah, I definitely can't say I'm feeling confident going against Dunko, but I've been pretty consistent recently, so I'm not feeling too bad.
All right, well, with that, let's get right into it. Seagull, if you want to...
Yeah. All right. So we're doing the same format here as before. Dunk, what weapons will you be bringing in your lineup?
I am bringing Zagrael, Achilles Spear, Beowulf, and Hera.
Very nice. Shiitake, what will you be banning from Dunk?
No surprises here. I'm gonna be banning Achilles.
Oh, you hate to see it,
Yeah,
but
that's happening.
strategically, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And Dunk, what will your order be?
My order will be Zagrael, Beowulf, Hera.
Timbo got it right.
$5 to Timbo. Shiitake, what are your weapons you're bringing to this matchup?
I will be bringing Achilles, Beo, Hera, and Hestia.
Can't say I'm surprised, but a solid lineup nonetheless. Dunk, what are you banning?
Beowulf. I'm banning Beowulf.
Probably a good call. It will be interesting to see Achilles coming through here. Shiitake, what's your order?
I'll go Hera, Hestia, Achilles.
Interesting.
Nice.
So I don't know if we've seen this before, but with only one weapon in common between the two racers. Right now.
Yeah, not
Crazy, right?
no mirror matchups as well at the same time. So will be interesting to see how this all breaks down.
All right, go ahead and get your mirrors set up and wait up at the Pact of Punishment. Ghost will give you the audio countdown, and I will put the text countdown in the Discord channel as once you are both ready. Don't forget to seed.
Oh, how could I? Good. Everything's good.
Oh, that's right. Just to remind you guys, we were of the cast pickup bug. We weren't able to put a mod together quite quickly enough to fix anything related to that. So just keep in mind, if you are unable to pick up your room reward at any point in time, just go pick up one of your casts. You don't not all of them, just one of them, and hopefully we should be able to reduce any time lost to that to the point where it's not significant to the race. So good luck.
Great. No more
Right.
30-second time losses.
Hopefully.
All right, good luck, everyone. We'll have the countdown coming soon. Looks like
Countdown
both
coming
runners are
soon
ready.
to a store near you.
Looks like both runners are ready. Seagull, are you ready?
Yep.
All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Interestingly, both racers deafened at the exact last moment there in the Discord call. Not what I would have done personally. Because then I have to tab back to Hades, just total mess. But that's why they're in the semifinals, and I'm just here talking about it.
Absolutely optimal menuing here. Speaking of, Dunk remembering to rebind stuff at the last second. I'm sure that was tactical.
Dunk, I believe, runs different binds for rail. To put the reload button is not the same one as but like it doesn't fit into the normal control scheme. It's a button he uses on other weapons.
That makes sense.
So just forgot the rebind there, and we may see them have to rebind after the fact.
Mhm.
Interesting. So Shiitake looks like opted for a natural Demeter instead of Aphrodite out of the Chaos Gate, picking up Snowburst off of a roll, which is very, very brave because you have to spend a roll there to see Snowburst because you're just going to see the anti-Vareem core boons here, and does not have anti-Vareem protection now for the cast boon. So this is a huge gamble. We'll see if it paid off. Ooh, okay.
Only common, but still does pay off. Not having to spend a single roll on it.
That's also like another, and didn't get a palm before picking up the cast. That's also very dangerous because Aphrodite is one of those gods that has a ton of boons to offer you up first. So you will always see one, the one core boon. But although actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the fact that he took Snowburst means that he was going to see 3 cores again there, just without the anti-Vareem protection. So it wasn't too much of a gamble. Still had a 75% chance to see it without rolling, but a gamble nonetheless.
Another free room for Shiitake picked up too. Moving through this Tartarus,
but it is putting them in the same room, since Dunk has been clearing them out readily, and picking up a natural Aphrodite for Passion Dash which is very useful for Heartrend on the crit build here. And both of them walking in looks like to mid boss in Chamber 9. Dunk's going to roll, I assume, for Hydraulic Might. Yep. Ooh, Epic Hydraulic off the mid boss. That's so good. I cannot understate how good that is.
And then Dunk finding the later bully as well, pushing his lead a bit even further here.
Ooh, into the
and
fountain. So looks like both runners got very similar free rooms. So Dunk didn't get a Chaos Gate, I believe, but Dunk just got all the free rooms later. Although I believe he might have. Maybe he saw Med Shop and I just didn't see it because I was focused on the boon extravaganza going on Shiitake's early Tartarus.
So many boons as well. Picking up the Aphrodite to fill out a core slot, make it more reliable to see Idle Dash when it comes out later. Make the Artemis attack a bit more reliable as well.
Dunk throwing a palm, by the way, in the Artemis attack. Palm your Artemis attack, people. It's worth it. It's damage.
How much damage is it usually?
The first palm's only 8%, but it's still 8%. Always throw a couple palms in your Artemis attack. It's worth it.
Big number, good.
Yes. And so now we can see Dunk's Hydraulic Might allowing him to just destroy Tisiphone here. Just the damage is unreal. Like even with that really awful Chamber 12 there, I think popping out with a sub 340 exit.
339. Yeah, just barely.
Yeah, and
meanwhile, Shiitake still blowing through this as well. Massive damage coming out of those casts, especially the Snowburst amplifying it.
I believe in addition to Snowburst, he also picked up a cast damage curse from Chaos, or a cast damage boon from Chaos. So that's helping out. I may be remembering that wrong though.
I believe they did. I'm not entirely sure either, though. Speaking of, Dunko finding a cast as well, or finding a chaos as well. English is a hard language.
What did you see? What Booney picked up?
Not at this screen resolution. No.
All right. Well, we'll figure it out. Tonus is telling us in chat it's a dash strike boon. Really, exactly what you want to see on Zagral. So Dunk is getting all the pieces up front. I'm a little surprised, especially with all the money that Dunk has here, that we didn't see a purchase of the Athena in the Tartarus end shop. That's a very easy thing to throw on the special or the cast, fill a core boon slot, and get the God Pool full, so that if you don't see Heartrend on the forced Aphrodite here, then that also really nice from Dunk there that Stomper was killed by a trap that he baited it into as it was exploding. Great timing. Love to see
that. Is very smart. Yeah,
that's the style move game right there, unless something surpasses it.
Such a micro optimization, but still, so many of those throughout a run really adds up. I do have to say, just watching people playing non-Eris Rails, it is still funny to see the Eris brain mindset of Ooga Booga.
The special,
you run into special.
I always run into the special.
It still makes sense on a lot of these aspects too, because you
Yeah.
want to just be dealing so much damage out that you're going to gravitate toward wherever you're aiming your special anyway.
Yeah, because you're throwing your special at the enemies, and the enemies are what you want to hit. Ooh, Dunk picking up Heart Rend, so he's
Beautiful.
the build is complete at this point, and just wants attack scaling from Chaos, from Jerky, from Rush Delivery. Now that there's a hyper sprint pickup.
Both runners managing the 4 witch, finishing them off pretty quickly. Shiitake with the 22 chaos coming up here. That'll be very spicy.
Oh,
Skipping it? Oh, does he
Skipping
not
it.
have enough HP?
Let's find
I'm
out.
not sure.
Oh no, it had enough. Interesting choice.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't want, with only 60
the
max
low
HP,
health?
maybe he didn't want to risk it.
I would, yeah, that's a interesting play. There was enough of a hesitation that it was seen. Decided to skip. I don't think it cost 28 HP that early in Tartarus. I think it only cost that much in Elysium.
They were at 25
yeah,
HP.
Forgot about that chthonic vitality healing there. Very unfortunate. Picking up Epic Killing Freeze though to go with the Snowburst, that's going to be great for the boss damage. And walking into learning, it looks like maybe 10 seconds behind Dunk. We'll see. Both having some blisteringly fast asphodels here. And
it is interesting to see the even off weapon matchups. These runners are so good across all these different aspects that they're able to close out these times no matter what weapon they're playing.
Yeah, Shiitake actually made up a ton of ground because was looks like 27 seconds behind going out of Tartarus. Although that's not accurate because Dunk is manually splitting and Shiitake is, I believe, auto splitting.
Yeah, I'm retiming all of Dunk's. I'm retiming all of Dunk splits on the sheet to the.
So what was the Tartarus difference?
It was 15 seconds. Dunk was a 339 door exit on Tart, with Shiitake being 354. So only catching a couple seconds there in the end, struggling a bit to clear the Lurny heads on the second phase of the fight there.
Yeah, but Shiitake seeing a similar issue to Tonus in that last Hera run, having to force a Poseidon core into Elysium, although that did pay off for Tonus in the end. And Shiitake has some solid damage in the build aside, and picking up Poseidon in the first room is good. But all right, so here Dunk has a chance to pick up some damage scaling in this chaos. Unfortunately, might be missing Shop or a Patty for it. Picking up Lightning Reflexes, which is not missing Shop. Lightning Reflexes, which is he couldn't see Shop there anyway. Lightning Reflexes is a fantastic boon on these dash strike weapons. Ooh, unfortunate for Shiitake. Well, no, I guess that was the core boon, but huge catch is open, as we now know.
Huge catch.
So there are 3 duos and legendaries in the pool in this Elysium for Shiitake, as opposed to the fewer. And so that's a symptom of taking the I forget if it was Sunken Treasure, Ocean's Bounty, or whatever earlier. You do want to avoid those unless the other boons are really screwing your build. Because if you're going to have to force Poseidon later to get a duo or something, then you're opening up huge catch. Because if you take one of those treasure boons and the keepsake, you're
unfortunately signed up.
Exactly. All right, Dunk picking up common
Rush
delivery. Oh, sorry, Rush Sprint. My mistake.
Rush Sprint is also open over on Shiitake's screen as well once he sees his second Hermes coming up. 31 Patty for Dunko as well.
And that's going to be into a 32 mid boss, I believe. So Dunk having some good luck here with the rooms. Both in Asterius at the same time, but one chamber apart. So still quite close. Looks like Shiitake has a little bit more damage advantage here, just with the huge burst of the triple Hera.
And being able to follow up with the triple epic
and landing
Mirage
shot. Perfect. So Shiitake's build is also complete, unless maybe you can pick up huge catch just for fun.
Shiitake took a risk, cast the line, and made the catch.
It looks like Dunk was rolling for Zeus Call potentially, and not seeing anything there. After forcing it into Asphodel and seeing, I think, 2 Zeus boons. or no, maybe just one because the flourish came earlier. But that's unfortunate. It had to roll over and then ended up taking second wave was open too.
Second wave.
That's
Fan
just
favorite.
That's just upsetting. I didn't even know that was open. 33 found really helping out there. They are neck and neck
Triple
once again.
flurry for Shiitake.
Yeah. So despite the spread fire with Heartrend especially having a ton of good damage, I think Shiitake is now we're going to see why these crit builds really need chaos because without some beefy stuff there, the cast weapons just leave them in the dust with only Mirage Shot.
Mm-hmm.
And the difference
Armored
there
Witches,
is
too, making this 34 pretty quick.
The difference there between the cast weapons and the crit weapons is although cast weapons often want Mirage Shot and palms are something you're almost always guaranteed to see, and Mirage Shot is something you can force with God Keepsakes.
Speaking of legendaries, Dunk seeing unhealthy fixation on
so many orange boons today. Finally picking up a rare Zeus there.
Gets it.
So I don't know about you, but for me, for some reason, I really like Epic Zeusade. The rarity scaling on Zeusade almost doesn't matter. The first palm is huge in Zeusade, and the rarity is almost completely irrelevant. There's something about the way the Epic Zeus boons look that I feel bad when I take a common call.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The shinier it is, the better it is, right? That's why orange boons are so good.
Exactly. All right. So Shiitake exiting just a hair, maybe 5-10 seconds ahead of Dunk here coming into the last chunk. So in terms of AoE
18 seconds ahead, actually,
18
on the door split. Yeah.
So
managing to swing it back about 25 seconds across between Asphodel and Elysium.
Very well done. So in terms of Styx AoE here, in terms of who can catch up, it's looking like Shiitake has enough here, right? We got second wave, and then probably either Typhoon's Fury or Breaking Wave. I forget which one, but in order to get second wave, you had to get one of those, I think.
How does second wave, breaking wave work? Like if you bounce them into
nobody knows. Nobody knows. Breaking wave is weird. It may be the best. It may be secretly the best boon in the game for Tartarus, but we don't care. No, just don't bother. But yeah, I was thinking that maybe the combination of Passion Dash and the Spread Fire and whatnot for Dunk might help catch up, but the AoE damage on this hair build is just too much.
Mm-hmm. Especially with how tight these stick tunnels are, AoE pretty much all AoE covers.
Like if you look in that tunnel right there, the snowburst area covered about half the room.
Mm-hmm.
Like in that one there, I'm pretty sure could have just killed those bothers from the snowburst alone. Whereas, as with almost any crit build, Dunk has to actually put in the work and dash around and hit them. It's similar issues to like Nemesis. If you watch Hyper Delivery 2, there were a lot of Nemesis runs. It's pretty much the same stuff. It's just not quite as bad for Zagreal because you have a little more range and a little more mobility.
Absolutely.
And you have special.
Meanwhile, Shiitake just has to glance in the direction of any enemy, and they instantly explode with damage.
Exactly. Not that it matters, but in the Artemis boon that Shiitake picked up in the last tunnel, I took Epic Hunter's Mark over, over Exit Wounds, which I'm not sure that I agree with, because Exit Wounds can do a lot of good damage in the Hades fight. Also, opens up fully loaded, even if it's the last boon you get. You never know.
It's a whole fully loaded. Amazing sticks there by Shiitake coming out at 1359.
Definitely widening the gap a little bit through sticks, although not by too much, I think, and maybe not at all, given that I wasn't accurately appraising the Elysium split.
Dunko wrapping it up pretty handily too, though. So we will, even though Shiitake is extending their lead, this is still anyone's race.
Yeah, it's looking like just about a 30-second lead for Shiitake.
Yep, 31 seconds. Couple darknesses for Shiitake delaying the fight a bit, unfortunately for him, especially right before the phase. You always hate to see that.
Yeah. So if while we don't have any direct head-to-head
another darkness. That's
race.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, while we don't have any exact head-to-head aspects here, what we do have is each player has a crit build in Zagreal and Achilles. Each player also has a rail in Zagreal and Hestia. And then Shinaka has one cast build, while Dunko only has Dunko has two cast builds. So we'll see if the consistency of those cast builds pays off. The decision to ban Beowulf from Dunk, I think, was a smart one, because Charge Shot Beowulf just moves. But
so fast.
We'll see how it pans out. We'll also see which cast Dunk takes. I believe in his practice, I was seeing a lot of Passion Flare, but you never know.
It will be interesting. I believe it's been about a 50-50 split across Side Tussle and the main event as to whether people take Passion Flare or Flood Flare on Bayo.
Yeah, huge catch up from Dunk here. Just going off of Dunk's split, which I assume is pretty accurate, given where the auto splitter splits on Hades. Only 19 seconds behind now.
Yeah,
so caught up very decently in that Hades fight by over 10 seconds.
Yeah, the thing that's been
said out loud isn't that much, but it felt big in my head.
It is actually something very interesting to point out. Let me just make sure I accurately record these house splits so my numbers look pretty. 1608. A lot of the Hades fights have been averaging pretty low times. It's only people are being punished by darknesses, slowing down the fight, or micro optimizations throughout the fight, slowing them down. No one's really getting above average times beside Tonus, who managed a somehow blistering 45-second dad fight on his Beowulf run. No idea how. Someone stop that man. But that being said, most of the dad fights have been between 1 minute to 1 minute 10 seconds. Anything over that, and you're just losing time to your opponent.
Yeah. So we see Dunk starting out with, of course, Charge Shot. One important thing I think to note about Charge Shot is just how big the damage is, right? It's 80 base damage, which when you have Fiery Presence and High Confidence up is doing 160 damage, which is enough to take out any unarmored enemy in Tartarus except a Lout. But if you load a single cast in, right, you get that extra Dragon Rush damage, another 100%. Now that's doing 240 damage. You're killing every unarmored enemy. Basically, it's even without a cast, it's that good for Tartarus. In addition to the range you get, speed of casting, it's just really good
damage. And he does go for the Passion Flare. It is interesting seeing it go back and forth on this. Also, actually, very interesting. I guess Dunk saw the mid shop here, but he was offered a chaos against it. Could have possibly been worth taking for the high risk, high reward. But still managing to find a good reward off the door here.
Yeah, and ending up with the Artemis mid boss picking up a rare deadly strike. That's it's not just even on Hera, it's not just a Mirage Shot prereq, but especially on Beowulf with Charge Shot, you're amping up your damage even more, and you're opening the opportunity for some huge crits, right? Because if as I was mentioning, if you're hitting that, I guess you're not hitting the Fiery Presence on bosses, so you're hitting around like just under 200 damage. So you're hitting for almost 500 with a crit. But then you seal it back up with the Artemis buff anyway. So big damage.
So what is your take on the Passion Flare Flood Flare divide that we've been seeing with a lot of the Infernal Bayo lineups?
So I've been running a lot of Passion Flare recently, and that is 100% because I was hurt very bad by Flood Flare Beowulf in Hyper Delivery 2. I had 3 bracket matches. I ran Flood Flare Beowulf in all of them. I think all of them, maybe not the first one, but I ran every time I had a Flood Flare Beowulf run. It just didn't come together, and it was quite awful. So Passion Flare is a little insulated against that in that its floor is higher, I think, in terms of how bad it can be. Like it can't be quite as bad as the worst Flood Flare runs, but I think Flood Flare also gets to its peak more easily because you only need the one god for Mirage, etc. I think with Charge Shot, Passion Flare is a solid pick, but it's its own insurance in a way.
Yeah, for sure. I'll get back to that in a second, but just wrapping up that Tartarus was a beautiful combo of events for both runners. Dunk finding a Chamber 12 fountain, Shiitake filling out his god pool with a Artemis offered against the mid shop on the final chamber. Both entering the Furies fight at about the same time.
Yeah, the shop take is interesting there because the Artemis could have potentially given Heartrend, which is both good damage and removes it from the pool to compete against Mirage Shot later. But you want to see the Poseidon, so you're going in there.
Both wrapping up the Furies fight pretty handily as well.
let's see how the exit splits end up. Looks like we were at 1952 for Shiitake and about 2008. So keeping it consistent. Looks like they had pretty similar Tartarus splits.
Dunk actually catching a bit of time there, I think in part due to that Chamber 12 fountain. At house split, Dunk was 22 seconds behind, now only 16 seconds behind. So we're still seeing such a close race.
So one more thing on the Beowulf front, the Passion versus Flood front, I think our recent revelation that I think we should honestly be embarrassed we didn't realize this sooner with the Beowulf Mirage shot that it's literally double. It becomes a lot more appealing to pick it earlier, to pick it up as early as you can, because it's doubling your base damage effectively, in addition to the increased number of hits.
Yeah, absolutely. That is such an interesting revelation too. There are so many kind of janky things about Hades code that we realize down the line.
Yeah, we try not to think about it too much.
Yeah. What is your favorite piece of janky Hades code? Since I know you've been looking behind the scenes a bit, peeling back the curtain.
Favorite in terms of like, oh, this is like it's cool that this works this way, or like, because the thing that brings me the most horror is just this like very, very long function that just like checks the game state.
Sorry to cut you off really quick. Lightning Rod pick up for Shiitake.
We got a Lightning Rod pick up. I mean, there's just, there's when you're I've never made a game before, so I can't, I obviously can't criticize at all any programming, but there's some stuff where it's like you sit down, you're like, oh, that's some code, that's some code there, and it's more just impresses on you the scale and the scope of the thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
More than anything.
Mirage shot picked up for Dunko there, so finding it at mid shop.
Yeah, so we've been ignoring the Hestia in the Hestia-shaped elephant in the room a little bit, just for talking about Beowulf. But so Shiitake has built into a Smoldering Air build with Zeus Call, and already has it completed in Asphodel here, picking up a 22 Chaos, and with Dunk getting a 22 skip at the same time. So it looks like they're going to be neck and neck again.
Oh my god! Yeah,
going into Lerny, and both of them are basically build complete. Dunk just wants palms and maybe some chaos buff. Shiitake just wants chaos buffs and palms into the call, basically.
It is amazing what, like, it was something I noticed in yesterday's races as well. We've been talking about Hestia players and their movement being so precise, so refined. Shiitake really makes that shine. Every single movement that they make is so deliberate, so precise. Clearing out all these Al said all these hit dice. Clearing out all these phases of Lerny. In like almost identical sync with Dunk, who's doing massive chunk damage with Mirage Shot cast build.
And it's also being it's also good to watch Dunk playing the Beowulf, being very careful and waiting for the heads to spawn, not wasting a single cast, right? Because as soon as you send a cast out with Beowulf, especially if your damage is at a point where you're using more than half of your cast to kill a head, which I think it was in this case, then anytime you send one off, you're delaying the time so you can hit the next one. So Dunk was watching very carefully for opportunities to hit more than one head at once, right? Passion Flare has a harder time hitting the beautiful 4 heads at once thing that Flood Flare can do. So normally you just kind of take a step back and find your doubles there. And I think the tremendous job of that, which put him ahead now coming into Elysium, because honestly, Hestia is just as good at Lerny as most of the cast weapons.
Dunk is actually still 5 seconds behind based on the door split, but he is pretty much canceled out Shiitake's lead. And especially with seeing pretty much both of them at full build, it will be interesting to see how this handles scaling into Shiitake's Hestia will scale into Elysium.
You sure he was ahead on the door split? Because when he killed Lerny first, or behind on the door split, or do you mean Shiitake's behind? Whatever.
Shiitake was 23-25. Anyway, it's way too close to call.
We'll figure it out. So we see the Hestia curse coming into play on Shiitake's side. Whenever you have the like Artemis Poseidon combo as part of your build, you get offered some silly duos, especially with the Aphrodite as well. So Shiitake just got offered Sweet Nectar and Mirage Shot before passing up both to take the very important Hydraulic Might. which is especially important because it appears that Shiitake has picked up cluster rockets, which is that combined with smoldering air basically renders the attack unnecessary on Hestia.
Such a massive amount of damage coming out of cluster rockets too, especially
Oh yeah,
if
that's right. Speaking of garbage, that we kind of knew but didn't actually know, cluster rockets is just 5 rockets. There's no cluster damage
I was about to
decrease on
say,
those either.
I'm pretty sure we found that like the damage decrease just gets canceled out, which is
Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, it's a feature, not a bug.
It's a feature. I mean, at this point, yeah, it's all features. It's amusing to me that both this stuff like Beowulf Mirage shot, good, so much damage, but we never actually like took a close enough look to be like, oh right,
it just feels good.
It's
Shiitake unfortunately seeing 2 free rooms offered against each other with the Chaos versus Patty.
Interesting take with the jerky. I would honestly almost take the Hydrolite there just to keep high confidence up, because so much of the damage at this point is coming from the cluster rockets and the Zeus call, and so getting some additional damage from those is nice. So there's really no wrong answer there. Speaking of pace, it looks like Shiitake is pulling ahead just a bit thanks to that Patty, and Dunk's getting some nasty Beowulf rooms here. Just eyeball enemies getting spread out and having to throw casts around. Never fun.
Still 2 chambers for Dunk and 1 chamber for Shiitake though, so still room for either of them to pull ahead. Spindle picked up for Shiitake, which will make clearing some of the Elysian rooms, and a 34 fountain.
Ooh, that's gonna
massive.
seal this side of the race at least. And although Hestia normally has some issues with boss damage, not going to be seeing any of that with smoldering cluster rockets. So this is gonna, even no matter what Dunk's Beowulf build here is, I think this is the rest of this race. We're going to see Shiitake open an even larger lead.
Absolutely. I believe it is. I will have to.
Ooh, 34 Patty for Dunk though. That's a big help.
Oh, that evens it up. Yeah, for sure.
Smack that Hydrolite button. Taking the health. Tonus would be proud.
Shiitake. I cannot speak because of how fast Shiitake cleared that room. Oh my god.
355. Any sub 4 Elysium is a fantastic split. So very, very good there. Although
Dunk on the other side,
popping out a respectable. Yeah, this is a respectable average. Beowulf build here with all the good pieces, but that Shiitake has the golden Hestia build. Like this is what all Hestia players aspire to. Basically, is this build. Everything, anytime you see a Hestia build that isn't this exactly, there has been a cope taken somewhere. If you see Aphrodite attack, it's because they said, oh, this will be good enough till I find smoldering. If you see triple rocket, it's because they didn't get the right hammer. It's all like this is the build you want with Hestia. Because smoldering air just really seals up the hole in the boss damage, as does cluster rockets. Like honestly, this summon here probably a time loss.
Which is so wild to think about, especially picking up the spindle earlier. You never would think that, but here we are. Finishing up the first tunnel pretty smoothly as Dunko's moving through his first.
I said probably a time lost, Tim, but not definitely. Don't get excited. Yeah, and another huge benefit to cluster rockets is not only that it's good, but it also means you need so much. You don't need other things, right? Like you don't need breaking wave. Like Hestia benefits from breaking wave to clean stuff up. Benefits from proud bearing to just start out with a Zeus call. But you just don't need them.
Yeah,
right. Because it's the cluster rockets heals all wounds.
Clears every single chamber. Shiitake entering the second mini boss, getting Bother, which is a very easy boss to clear out here.
Yeah, although I did see, I did say earlier the attack was irrelevant. I saw a 2000 crit on that pot in there. Oops. So there's still a good amount of attack damage there, thanks to hydraulic might.
But still, finding the other reliable sources definitely makes it a lot more consistent than rolling on a wing and a prayer.
And Ducko also getting the bother there. So it's about a tunnel behind, looks like. Yeah, almost exactly a tunnel behind, and Shiitake is just opening up some additional lead here, picking up another
Double
25% damage on that call with the double strike.
And
And
we
a
see
delivery.
beautiful pickup there.
That's a rush sprint, as we like to say in DragonSquad eSports.
I think that may be the name of the tournament, isn't it?
Rush sprint,
Look
yeah.
at that.
So yeah, this will be a Hades fight to watch. As Dunk is finishing up the tunnel, I think was able to close the gap just a bit, perhaps, but I'll wait for your split counts.
Yeah, definitely closed the gap a bit, especially due to Shiitake shopping there, but that shopping may be absolutely worth it with the boon that they found.
Yeah. All right. So let's look at this Hades fight. Apparently, it was a 7:33 in-game time start. Taking a darkness, unfortunately, it looked like an instant one. Not much you can do there because there's not enough damage. If you have enough damage to instantly phase, you can avoid them with good timing. But this ain't Eris. There's not quite that much damage. Yeah, it's in the Hades fights. Speaking as someone who's played a lot of Hestia Rocket Bomb, it gets tough for me at least to keep track of all the buttons to hit. And so I'm forgetting to shoot the special out, shooting them into rocks like that. It can definitely suffer a little bit. So it's looking like we'll see. Looks like a sub 50-second in-game time Hades split, which is still very good. But this allows Dunk some catch up because the execution, at least for the charge shot Beowulf Hades fight, is slightly simpler. At least because it's just load casts don't miss Hades, although that can still happen a lot.
Especially with Hades jumping around between all these spins.
Yeah, and it looks like Dunk's damage is a little low as well, taking 3 full volleys to face Hades there. If there's a crit charge shot in there, taking a DD too, losing a little bit more time. A crit charge shot in there could have helped it take only 2 volleys, but looking like the math will be consistent. So that was a 31-58 finish versus a 31-14. So Shiitake opening it up considerably. That huge damage.
43-second difference at the end of the dad fight there. I believe we have seen comebacks within that margin on Weapon 3. The break point I was noticing is that a lead of a minute, I don't think, like going into the second weapon, if one runner had a lead of a minute, they always won the race. Not to say that minute cannot be made up, but especially with how excellent all these runners are, it is very hard to find that much time safe across a single run.
Yep. Now we're going to see if Dunk's favorite weapon, Achilles, will betray him and give the victory to his opponent, or if it will. I guess it's weird to say that the weapon's going to make Shiitake lose, but maybe send its energy to Hera bow for Dunk to pull ahead here.
If there is anyone who can come back, it would be Dunko, though.
Yeah. Also,
they definitely have the race nerves to
Dunko with the Mom Palm Crush shot start, which I don't believe we've seen in bracket yet. On Hera, or have we? Did someone do that?
I feel like someone did because I was very excited about it yesterday.
It was Dunk. Okay.
It was Dunk.
I guess that makes sense because Dunk's doing it now. So Dunk is the one not doing the hammer start here, and it's a totally valid strategy, especially if you consider there's so much potential in the race for having low damage. Right, if you don't see palms, if you don't get your good boons, etc. All right, Dunk pausing at the door for a second there. It's only chamber 3, so it's not like there would have been a shop or a free room there. May have just been looking for a Poseidon or an Artemis over the chaos, because rolling on chaos always feels bad. Taking a essentially inconsequential chaos there. And on Shiitake's side, we're seeing pretty standard flurry jab. Tartarus picked up a chaos curse, not sure what the boon was, but picking up natural Artemis out of mid boss, which
with an epic deadly strike too.
Both gets him an epic and allows the forcing of Artemis in Asphodel for Hunter's Mark.
And goes right into Zeus as well. Do you think he takes Zeus's aid off of this, or
if I were him, I would take in this order cast, call, lightning reflexes. I like to stay away from the call till I have my Hermes done, but
snap
it's a pretty small margin in terms of affecting your odds. It's adding 2 boons to the pool. I I personally like to stay away from it, but in a race setting, honestly, when you're just looking for damage and you're not you're looking at guaranteed damage from the Zeus call staring in your face versus hypothetical damage from maybe your Hermes down the line, it's hard to say no.
Mm-hmm.
Picking up Typhoon's Fury, opening up second wave, smart. Dunk getting Tidal Dash, which is an important piece, and a natural Demeter. So God Pool shaping up very nicely for Dunk.
Mm-hmm.
Still a couple chambers behind, though.
Unfortunately, Dunk did have to pick up Dionysus to add into this combo as well.
So 5 God Pool.
Probably finding a
we'll
5 God Pool in the end.
We'll be seeing. Which also means definitely no Artemis in Tartarus. And we'll see if Dunk rolls here. Taking Frost Flourish is a good move there. That's a tough decision. I'm gonna go for Snowburst now. So Frost taking a Demeter core boon, whether it's attack, special, maybe not dash, on. Oh no!
Oh, Rare Crop hits the cast.
Oh no! The seed is useless. You can see it, but I took Rare Crop, and we always have to respect that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see what else it hit. I was too focused on the cast.
I think it was just a common Rare Crop.
Just common. Okay.
Yeah. So of all the boons to
unfortunate.
hit, too.
So what we're looking at here, in case you're unfamiliar with Crush Shot's rarity scaling, Dunk basically took -20 base damage early game when the base damage is lower because there's fewer palms, in exchange for +10 over the epic cast later once it finally hits heroic when the base damage will matter less.
He's doing it for the fans.
Yeah, unfortunate, but it's a rare crop. Like if you're in a race and you're not gifting Boldy, you're not taking rare crop. Like, what are you doing here? Let's be honest. But it does look like Shiitake is pulling ahead even further a bit there. It's like a 36:03 Tartarus exit, and so it's looking like Dunk will be about a minute behind. Although someone in chat noted that Dunk did start splits on the Pact, so if it does end up being that tight, we'll have to review to see how close that was.
It is interesting to actually see the Dunk punished for that rare crop pretty immediately, though. Not able to phase Electo with Salvo 3 casts, just barely missing out and having to pump extra couple attacks into it.
Yeah,
where the damage difference may have been enough from the rarity there.
All right, let's see if Shiitake can get taking a +1 dash from Hermes. It's not ideal if you're going for a top tier Achilles time, but if you're just looking to get just pump some additional damage out, like that's guaranteed. You can see Eurydice later, improve it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As we saw from Tonus's run, just get all the dashes. Dunk having to settle for side hustle there.
Unfortunate. No rush sprint today for Dunk. Hey,
seeing second wave again.
Come on, Shiitake, take the orange boon. You know you want it.
It's so shiny. I will say the one unfortunate thing about these races being so tight is we haven't really seen any fish flexes at all.
We have not. That's true. Although I think the racers tend to maybe not be watching. So it takes and we're in the semifinals. It takes quite a blowout to justify a fish flex. Okay, so we see Dunk going for not a 0 cycle, but a 1 cycle. I think where it was supposed to line up both of them at once, kill both the armor, and then use 1 salvo of cast to take out both of them. Backfired because the Mega Gorgon actually was able to freeze Dunk in place and then walked out of the Meg radius, which is why it's generally preferred if you can to take that out, to take out its armor before the guy comes down. And if you do it, I think if you do it immediately,
hit the 0 cycle.
Yeah, I think if you can hit the Mega Gorgon immediately, you will get the Bloodstones dropped by the time the other guy comes down for the single cycle. But just an unfortunate misplay there with Dunk about a couple chambers behind still, with Shiitake shredding up this learning fight.
Yeah, it feels like in that case, like if you're going to try for the double lineup, you may literally as well just go for the 0 cycle.
Yeah, and there's also
same effect, just makes it quicker.
Yeah, there's also something to be said there about learning how the Mega Gorgon AI works, which is whenever it's too close to you, it runs away. It waits till it gets to a certain distance and then starts shooting at you. So managing that distance appropriately if you want it to stay in place, then dashing in and summoning all at once to do that. Shitake was 60 max health though on Achilles, which is a very exposed weapon. Tonus screaming internally, I'm sure, right now.
And we have seen a P-Box on an Achilles run this tournament, so
Take an HP here though. He knows he's either hurt us or he knows that he's deficient in that regard.
health good,
But,
we safe.
Yeah, I mean, and even these Elysium rims can sometimes just like those big chariots come out of nowhere. The armored archers just mess you up. It can get you.
Catching a stray big arrow a couple too many times. Damage definitely adds up throughout a run.
Yeah, and case
Dunk
of point,
taking the learning tax.
Paying the learning tax. Yeah, unfortunately, it's looking like Dunk's having a pretty average Hera run overall. Like a sub 8 exit is solid. The build is coming together nicely. But it with how much he's trailing right now, it needs just a bit more juice. Like it looks like it was a 3940 Asphodel exit on Shitake compared to a
40-59 on Dunk.
Yeah, so that's over a full minute now. This is going to be a very difficult deficit to regain.
We could see an amazing Elysium skip. You never know.
Yeah. But even with an amazing Elysium skip, I think it would take a perhaps even a penalty box or some other, or it's just a really bad Elysium from Shitake to get that out. But picking up an epic double strike, Shitake clearly has no plans.
The rich get richer.
Shitake has no plans to take a mediocre Elysium.
Finding pretty good enemies too.
Yeah, armored eyeballs. Well, still eyeballs are armored, which is nice. And Dunk walking into 28. And so, just for a little bit of Hades speedrunning community lore for you, Shitake's previous tournament showing in Hermes Cup 4 showed him dethroning in round 1 Babylization, the prodigal son of the Hades speedrunning community. And so we could be seeing another big upset for him today. Although, if it does happen, nobody should be surprised because Shitake consistently pumps out amazing times in these races. But the narrative.
Yeah, honestly, like after yesterday's performance, I was expecting Shitake to win this pretty handily. Though dropping a DD early to Asterius, that's making it a bit risky.
Dunk not picking up Mirage there kind of hurts, and taking Hydrolite instead of refilling the DD, which we can check in with Tunis for what he thinks about that.
On that note, Tuna saying in chat that they do not want to raise Shitake. So,
well, since when has Tonus ever gotten what Tonus wants?
True.
Oh, a 34 fountain to really just kind of seal this up. It's looking like maybe a little bit of an insurmountable lead here for Shitake.
Yeah,
that's that kind of seals it here. I think Shitake's definitely had some very fortunate free rooms to help take him over the top, in addition to the good racing. And with Hunter's Mark and Acorn going into this fight, we're seeing a lot of safety.
Oh yeah.
So I'd be surprised if, honestly, with the Acorn and the damage he's got coming out with Hunter's Mark, I'd be surprised if he even took any damage here. Oh, prove me wrong.
It takes a bit.
Whatever.
Was able to refill that DD too, though. So it's like the mushroom it's like the mushroom never even happened. It's like the mistake never even happened.
Oh, the mushroom is happening. Don't worry.
The mushroom is.
We're seeing the mushroom happen live on Twitch.tv.
Cleaning up that Elysium with a 408. Pretty solid split overall. Meanwhile, Dunk entering chamber 34.
Yeah, not getting a skip here, even with the armored witches.
It's looking pretty much set.
So with that, we can turn our attention to Shitake's pace, which looks like we're about 44 minutes right now. Looking like a potential. We got strong potential for a sub 48 here if everything comes together nicely.
Yeah, the average
Dunk's still not getting Mirage shot.
Unfortunate.
Getting punished hard here.
The average stick split this event has been a 245. The average dad fight at a 113. So adding that together, we could expect him to barely squeak in a sub 48. It will be close and depends very much on mini bosses and enemies, which unfortunately seeing one of the slowest mini bosses here. But
yeah, but taking care of it in
be
no time
very
flat,
close.
honestly. Yeah, big shout out to Ghost with all the math, the stats. Man's got a spreadsheet tracking everything that's gone on so far, all the picks, all the bans, averages, standard deviations. It's been very, very, very helpful, useful, and interesting. And
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll
I'm
put
very
together
glad that
some
people are.
awesome report after everything's over.
Yeah, I'm glad people are enjoying all the cold hard stats coming through. Dunk wrapping up his Elysium at 45.22.
Standard
Still
deviations wrist. It's a math term.
You see, Big P, you don't have to remember how to do it. Google Sheets remembers how to do it.
Yeah. Who can know where the -1 is, where the +1 is? It doesn't, it's whatever.
And even though Dunk is behind, like as I've said before, all these runners are phenomenal with how quickly they're able to finish off, no matter what aspect they're playing, managing a solid pace through that Elysium despite the odds.
Yeah, I mean, so Dunk's choice if we look at both players' choices in the bans, Shitake's choice was to push Dunk off of the favorite Achilles, which I think anybody would agree with. And then Dunk's ban of Beowulf was pretty much a gamble, right? Because Beowulf is a very consistent weapon that can sometimes, especially with charge shot, that can sometimes pop off amazing times. Whereas Achilles can regularly pop off amazing times, but can also be really down in the pits. And so, long and short of it is that we're looking at maybe like a 15-30 Achilles run here, which is solid. So and it's looking like we'll be on track for a sub 48, assuming no darkness shenanigans, and looking pretty well insulated from the penalty box as well.
Manages the second phase without any darkness. Can we see the third? Building up that call too.
Big call damage. And we have that epic double strike rolling in, and we have and I believe he's got does he have the common rush sprint, or is that Dunk? I think it's no, Shitake is +1 dash here. There's no rush delivery here. So nothing boosting that call except that epic double strike, which is not
which is more than enough.
Yeah.
Looks like he will do it.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx it, but we've got a sub 48.
Fantastic. 47-43. Where does that put him overall?
That puts him at the second fastest run, right behind Tunis.
Amazing. And who's just behind him?
Shitake with the 48.
And who's just behind that? So you're telling me we have a double-decker Shitake sandwich with Tunis bread?
We have a double-decker Shitake sandwich.
And then because Tunis is the fourth fastest as well, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. Double-decker.
Slap between two Tunises.
Now, if only in the next couple of races we can get some good toppings in there, then we'll have ourselves a good sandwich, a better sandwich. Oh yeah, big congrats to Shitake. What a phenomenally fast race. Some great play, and same obviously to Dunk. Right, these are still going to be very very tight times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looks like we're losing.
Stream is a bit stuttery.
Dropping some frames there. But thankfully with Hera, you're just looking for damage in big bursts anyway, so we can still keep pretty good track of what's going on. We see the darkness there. He's loading the casts. Reappears, turn, shoot. Predictable, right? So it's a burst weapon.
Yeah. Fun little bit of Hades trivia for y'all that I only noticed recently after a few hundred hours of playing Hades. Your default cast projectile actually comes out in the shape of the crest of the House of Hades and just spins a bit.
It's very very cool. A lot of tiny details.
Yeah, it is very. you can see some of the animation frames there as well, just like how tight a lot of the art styling in this game is. But it is really cool to still
Oh,
notice.
we're catching up. We're catching up
small
to Dunk.
things.
Oh my goodness. Oh, the whole
So
fight's happening.
fast.
And
So
we're
many
done.
frames.
Okay, goodness.
49-29.
Fantastic time from Dunk as well. Unfortunately, not enough to quite catch up to Shiitake. It looks like the streams are all caught up now. The races are back in here. Dunk, how was your race?
Awful. I mean, okay, so I'll say that I liked I think my Zagreal run was pretty good. My Beowulf run was pretty good. It was literally just that Hera run where basically everything went wrong after a certain point, where I was just like, all right, well, I guess that's how it goes. I can't lie to you. I think a part of it is that I suck with Flurry Shot. I think Flurry Shot. I actually kind of hate Flurry Shot. I think it's technically good, but it messes up your timing so badly that a lot of times you'll just miss shots, and also sometimes it likes to send your shots flying off into nothingness, which
Sure does.
I have no idea why that happens. I think it has something to do with like random stick movements and it not knowing how to auto aim. Like I don't know what it is with Flurry Shot, but I started messing up as soon as Flurry Shot came out, and honestly, I think I was probably pretty competitive with the first 2 runs, but then 16-32 in the last weapon's not going to cut it. So
Yeah, I mean,
I was pretty sure I'd lost.
You had good times overall.
Mhm.
Shiitake just really put up some scary stuff. So no detriment to you. Just all good stuff all around for everyone.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It really was. It just came down to that third weapon. You were both pretty much neck and neck throughout the race, both putting up sub 16 times across all the weapons, except unfortunately, as you said, just
but
barely
wait,
couldn't pull
but
it out
wait.
with the Hera.
Dunk,
But
how much
wait.
time do you think you lost to that unfortunate rare crop hit of your epic cast? Do you think you gained enough from the heroic damage that made up for the loss early on?
No, I actually think I lost probably about 30 seconds to that rare crop. I can't even lie to you. Like the amount of damage that I lost, like I lost the ability to instant phase the Furies. I
Fight,
lost
yeah.
out on the Electo fight. I wasn't able to instant phase anymore. I wasn't able to instant phase or I wasn't able to do some work in Asphodel that I wanted to be doing. Like some enemies weren't dying as quickly. Had to shoot extra casts. Like I actually lost a very reasonable amount of time to that rare crop. Probably a little less than that. Probably more like 20 seconds. But still, like enough time to be non-negligible. Like
Mhm.
there were so many, like there were options on my build that I could have hit that would have been much better, but it just happened to hit the epic cast and it frickin' ruined me. So that alongside Flurry Shot.
Still a phenomenal showing, and still pulling out the sub 50 is spectacular. Switching over to Shiitake really quick. First of all, congratulations. You're on to the
Thank you.
finals. How are you feeling about that run? Second fastest run of hyper delivery. Blistering pace. What do you have to say about everything?
Yeah, that feels really good. Obviously, it's kind of nice when you don't have to play like half the game because you just get all the free rooms. But yeah, also on top of that, just incredible builds all around. Like that Hestia run, I got my ideal god pool in Tartarus, which was just like incredible. So, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
all
not
around
a
it just felt really good.
I'm not a Hestia player, but Seagull was saying that like you got the perfect setup across Hestia for
Oh, yeah.
everything you wanted.
That was the build. All right, so that wraps up our semifinals. With that, we'll see both these racers again after a short break and a commentator switch. We're going to see Dunko versus Evan Appleton, I believe, and then we will have the final match of Tonus versus Shiitake, unless Timbo decides to not let Tunis take a little nap and wants to push finals first. But okay. Oh yeah. So I took a note on that. Hold on. So. Right. So our favorite community members, whose names we cannot tell apart, so we just say they're both our favorite because we cannot tell the difference between them. Lapis and Trash Lapras, the confusion egged on by them in their Discord names. They have decided they'd like to do the lap race every week, which is something they did this week, which is just a fun community race. Get everyone in, doing some 3-weapon races on hyper delivery mods, little tweaks here and there for some fun changes. it was, I think everyone that participated had a lot of fun. There's memes, there's serious stuff. Every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, US Eastern time, in the speedrun Discord is when that's going to take place. All skill levels welcome. It's just to have fun. Everyone hangs out in voice chat and has a good time. So if that is interesting to you, it doesn't matter if you've literally never speedrun Hades before. Come on down to the speedrun server. I will help you get set up and get started and do some races.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh. Oh God, we're live. How's it going, Bright? Oh, Bright, you
What's up?
changed your
I
you
did.
changed your
It was
Discord.
too cursed. It was
It-
too cursed to show up on screen.
you
Welcome back,
sure?
everybody. We're here with Hyper Delivery 3, the third of several monthly Hades racing events hosted by DragonSquad eSports. I'm here with Risk13.
Hello, Bright. I'm here with you, and I'm also here with a medium-sized wasp inside my very bedroom. So I'm
That's not good.
contemplating a nuclear response or a non-aggression response.
You know, either sounds fine.
It was dangerous.
Well, that's happening. Let's get this
So
event
if you ever hear
underway.
any like cartoonish cat meowing noises, me screaming like a Wilhelm scream, you know what's happening, and you can just take over and assume I'm dead or I will be long to return.
I will assume that you are dead.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And with that out of the way, DragonSquad Esports is an esports organization based in Cincinnati, Ohio, that recently expanded to Auburn, Alabama. We have recently resumed our offline Smash events. Arcade Legacy every Thursday night, Smash Ultimate Singles, Curb Stomped, which has annual Smash Ultimate Singles and doubles, and we are looking to announce an upcoming monthly series in the next few months.
Yeah, and there's also more to this ad read. DragonSquad also runs Smash charity events. There's the movement, the Black Lives Matter charity event, and the Show Your Pride LGBTQ plus charity event, which is on June. Is it June 19th or is it June 29th? Okay, the thing you gave me said June 29th, but I noticed. Well, listen, it's it's not my fault. The thing that was sorry, I'm yelling at production. Anyway, June 19th, the Show Your Pride charity event. Show up. Also, any subs and donations that are received through Twitch, YouTube goes straight to the prize pot for any events. Please consider donating using the exclamation point GoFundMe command to find the link. And all money received the weekend of hyper delivery through the GoFundMe link will go straight to the prize pot. Commentator pay and artist pay for hyper delivery 3 and beyond. And as of now, Timbo is paying the commentators for HD 3 out of his own pocket. So thank you very much. We all love and appreciate you.
And as a reminder, the Lapis and Lapras of our community have started holding lap races every week. So starting this week, they will be having a weekly casual race open to everyone every Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern in the speedrunning Discord. So if you're interested in racing at all skill levels, welcome to join. It'll be happening this Wednesday. So
yeah, show up. And so yeah, without further ado, let's bring on our racers. I actually can't remember if we were going to. Oh wait, we have to do picks and bans. This isn't the side tussle. How are y'all doing?
Side tussle.
Welcome back after your brief break.
Very brief. Yeah, I just raced.
Yeah, back-to-back races.
That's right. Appleman got to rest a little bit. So it says Appleman on the overlay. What a
But now
funny
I'm
guy
cold.
Timbo is. You're cold. Why are you cold?
Well, no, like not warmed up anymore.
Are you telling me you didn't play Hades through the entirety of your break?
Are you not playing Hades
I definitely
24/7?
didn't. No,
And
I
you're
don't.
still warm, Appleman.
Oh, boy.
Your gears are still greased.
You know,
Anyway,
I just
let's-
want to say how impressed I am with the quality and production of the commentary.
Yeah. Even he can't say it without with a straight face. Let's get on to the actual race, the third place match between Dunko and E. Appleton, or Evan, as it is showing. Oh my god!
Oh my god,
Timbo.
it's PowerPoint.
Timbo flashing his PowerPoint for us. A little look behind the curtain.
Why don't we get into lineups?
Picks bans.
Uncle, what are the 4 weapons you're bringing?
Well, I'm bringing Zagreus Rail, Hera Bow, Beowulf Shield, and Achilles Spear.
We were asking Dunko, not Bob Dylan. Can you please bring Dunko back?
That's okay. I just subbed him in.
Okay.
And
Fascinating.
Evan,
You get up to
Mr. Appleman, which one will you be banning?
That Brannigan, I will be banning Beowulf Shield.
Hey, I get to play Achilles for once. Woo!
You're welcome.
All right. Thanks, Evan.
And vice versa. Evan, would you please give us your weapons lineup?
Achilles spear, Beowulf shield, Hera bow, and Hestia rail.
Right. And Dunk, what would you care to remove out of that?
Let's have a no Beowulf race. No Beowulf allowed.
Oh,
And
but
what
how
were the
will I
orders?
commentate over the race?
What order will you be running your weapons in?
Oh, who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be
He's talking
running
about Dylan.
Zagrael into Zagrael into Achilles into Hera.
Into Hera.
You know what? Just for fun, I'm going to follow suit. We'll do Hestia, Achilles, into Hera.
Nice.
Ooh, all right.
I was actually hoping you were going to invert the order and start with Hera and end with Hestia, just to
Well.
mess with us and everyone at home. But
Tough nuggies.
Tough
yeah,
nuggies.
I'm all right with that. Tough nuggies.
Tough nuggies.
Never heard that turn of phrase before. Even production is flabbergasted by this turn
Nobody
of
could
phrase.
hear. Yeah, nobody could hear that but us. The stream could not hear Timbo do the most incredulous scream of what?
That
Yeah, it's
scream
true.
sounded like Riss was being attacked by a wasp.
Yeah, except it wasn't.
Yeah.
Since
nuggies,
Beowulf
but-
is no longer in this race, I will be relegated to telling people what production is screaming next, just so I have something to say, since I know
Exactly.
nothing else about the game. Right? I hope you're ready. Is everyone ready? Are your mirrors set up? Do you have your keepsakes, your seeds all selected?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All right,
And
fantastic.
racers, do you prefer text or do you prefer voice countdown?
Text,
I'll just
please.
listen to your sultry voices.
Well, you get mine.
Could be Riss.
I'm going to deafen now. Good luck.
Good luck to you, Evan.
All right, and it looks like everyone's ready. We're just waiting for Evan to select the pact. There we go. Cool. All right, and Bright, of course, you will still be delivering the text countdown in the hyper delivery chat. And let's count down. What number should I count down from? Let's count down from 4 this time. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I did say go this time, just for the people at home. I've received a lot of heat for it. That's probably the number one criticism that I receive in my commentary. The fact that I say 0 instead of go. So now
Well,
that that's sorted, I do have perfect commentary.
Riss, I do imagine you'll get a number of new complaints about the fact that you counted down from 4, but
What? No, 4 is a perfectly good number. It's even.
is it?
Yes.
I suppose. So this Zag rail. Zagrail's
Yeah.
not one of the more popular rails that we've seen in these hyper deliveries so far.
Yeah, I think this is a Dunk exclusive, isn't it?
It's not exclusive, at least for this hyper delivery. Seems like
Yeah.
everyone's going either Hestia or, in Tonus's case, a Lucifer.
Yeah. Oh, I will say on the subject of Zagrael, it is kind of high rolly in the same way Nemesis is high rolly, which is like it has a very strong kit, has a strong base damage. Some might say that if you can seed for Zagrael, it's like a better Nemesis because the base damage is a little higher. It has slightly heightened usability due to the range and increased ammo and the access to like a special in the kit. But if you don't find a lot of juice, like hunters, like basically a lot of Artemis and some good chaos gates, you're going to have a hard time later in the run.
It's really interesting because it's sort of Nemesis hasn't been a very popular pick, and Nemesis, Zagrael kind of runs into a lot of the same problems that Nemesis can, where if you don't find that good stuff from chaos, if you don't find like an early mark, you're going to be struggling, especially and even more so on Zagrael, which has no innate crit chance.
Yeah, but a really high base damage. Base damage of 40 is really good. It can put out a lot of shots, especially with the dash attack to sort of reset your attack animation. And speaking of which, we have a natural Aphrodite for Dunko, so he already has the desirable duo boon set up, Heartrend. So hopefully,
Interestingly, we actually have a natural Aphrodite for both racers. So Evan's slapping that Aphrodite special on his rocket bomb, setting up for that Heartrend in Asphodel.
Yeah, and I guess that's desirable, even though it's kind of weird because you really want clockets, obviously.
Yes, you do.
But which I think benefits a little bit more from having the crit. Oh, let's see what Dunk finds. Is he going to roll in this Chaos Gate?
And he rolls.
There's the
nice
attack
epic
for the
attack.
yeah, nice for the Inferno Bomb too, and
Absolutely
the
beautiful.
Zeus. He's looking for the call there for sure.
Mhm.
So he's really set up. If he can find the
Mhm.
the Zeus call, he's set up for Smoldering Air and Heartrend. So
Absolutely kitted out. But
looking
this
really good.
this room isn't really doing him any favors. All these witches, and witches are probably the only reason why you would run Fiery Presence on Zagro, as with any other weapon.
Yeah,
When you run Fiery Presence, one of the most common questions in the Discord is why you run Fiery Presence on a certain weapon. Answer is 99% of the time witches.
which is
And you see that last chamber alone evens out the differential between the two.
nice. Natural Zeus is in the final in the end shop for both players, and they both managed to find the Zeus call. So
A synchronized Zeus's aid pickup. from both
yes,
racers.
indeed. So it looks like they're both set up for very similar builds. Heartrend and Smoldering Air online for both. I'm really not sure which benefits more from each. I do know that since Dunk did manage to find the epic attack from Chaos, he's already looking pretty good. I don't know how this compares to his previous run. I wasn't watching too closely, unfortunately, but
Mhm.
this is already looking to be a pretty good one, especially since his dash slot is still open, and hopefully he'll find another Artemis to get that Artemis dash.
Kind of a questionable well skip for Evan there. Missing out on that Cyclops jerky from the well on Hestia, a weapon where you're going to be attacking a lot of the time, and you want that percentage based damage on the attack.
Yeah, for sure.
He is at like a very crucial gold amount, but usually that 40 gold you make it up in the rooms leading up to the mid shop. Although understandably, probably a little bit concerned, might be a little tragic. Picks up a gold reward anyway and heads into his first Hermes.
Yeah, although I will say skipping the well may be like it may be good practice for him from here on out, because I was watching a bit of Appleton's race. I believe it was against Tonus, right? Was he against Tonus? And he didn't lose by a huge margin. And I know, and I did note while watching that he was spending a lot of time in menus.
Yeah, I will say
And
he did not actually skip the well. He opened it and then closed it again. We've all been there. You open it, you window shop for a little bit, decide that even though there's like a braid, a cast stone, and a light of Vix, you don't want to buy anything. It's a time loss. You just move on with your life.
yeah. I'm wondering about skipping that Ares though in the shop for Evan. It's possible that Battle Rage would be really nice. He already has epic. What's it
Does
called?
have an
Urge
epic urge to kill.
Yep.
Does have an epic urge to kill.
Ooh,
Forcing
there's Smoldering Air for Dunk.
there is Smoldering Air, and now Dunk's really only looking for a 100 dash now. I think.
Yeah,
Could
100
look for
dash or
additional
100's
boost
mark.
codes. 100's mark. 100's mark would be gorgeous. A lot of Zeus and Artemis here for Dunk would be nice. Interesting. Taking
take
the
the
passion
dash.
dash.
And I think that's a pretty safe pickup. It makes activating Heartrend a little bit easier. And it means that you're only really looking for. Does he already have Hunter's Mark? I can't tell. I don't think he
believe
has
so.
Hunter's Mark. And it means that you're only
doesn't
looking
look
for
like it.
one more Artemis, basically, as opposed to two.
Yeah. I will say though, the fact that the rail dash strike resetting the attack animation to do 2 shots, that's a pretty sizable percent increase on your dash strike. So I'm not 100% sure which one's correct there.
It's probably one of those things where you just kind of take what the game gives you. I mean, I absolutely believe that if he had found skipping another Ares in the end shop, I guess he just
I will
isn't thinking
say-
too much about Battle Rage there.
Yeah, I do think this is a little bit of an experience. I know Evan picked up Hestia this week. Maybe a little bit worried about not having gold for one of the gods that he actually cares about later down the line.
He has 346. I think
Yeah,
he could have
and
afforded to pick it up for sure.
he
It
can
probably wasn't a
definitely
money
afford it.
thing.
And Battle Rage is a fantastic pickup for Hestia. Anything that does like high burst damage, like a bow, Hestia, even like something like Beowulf, Battle Rage can be a fine pickup if you're forced areas in your pool.
It can be okay. Unfortunately, we're not going to see any of that because Beowulf is completely banned. There's no hope of seeing Battle Wolf Rage builds going on here. I made that name up just now, in case you couldn't tell. I think it was very good. We definitely nailed it.
It was
Everyone knows what I'm talking about.
I could not tell. It was made.
Thank
up
you
on
so
the fly.
much.
Dunk leaving with a not insubstantial lead over Evan from Asphodel. Evan realizing a little bit late on that last phase that you have to kill the summons in order to get learning to phase.
Oh, is that
Learning
so?
will not phase if there's bone rakers or skull, like the little eggs hanging around. You have to kill them for green
Really?
learning to phase. Yes.
That's new information for me. I did not know that. I see Dunk rolling on the not finding something super great. God's quick favor is very smoldering air at home, but he already has smoldering air, so he doesn't even need smoldering air at home.
His quick favor with smoldering air, his call is going to be building so quickly. Now, it's a little bit interesting because you always hear you'll hear people on the Discord say like you shouldn't be taking call boons because it opens up bad Hermes options, and both runners did end up having to pick bad Hermes options, opened up by the call. That being said, I don't think it makes a very large statistical difference.
Probably not for
I believe it's like
Zagrail.
4 to
No.
8% at most.
Well, I guess it depends on how. When you said it doesn't make much of a difference, I thought you meant in terms of damage.
Oh, I meant in terms of the Hermes chances, but
yeah. It depends on how you do the numbers. I'm not a mathematician, so I'm not going to talk about it too much. But the difference can be expressed in either this is like a 4 to 6% difference, or it's like a 12 or 20% chance or something, depending on how you do the numbers. But
yeah,
in any case, Dunk did not find anything good, and he wants at least extra dashes that really puts out extra damage. This isn't nice purple hunter's mark.
Meanwhile, Evan picking up +2 dashes from his second Hermes.
That's pretty good.
Buying every single boon, getting Mirage Shot, why not? Why not? It's one of those things that when you make that transition from being a top level IGT runner to being a top level RTA runner, IGT you buy something costs you nothing except the obols. RTA you buy something it costs you a pretty sizable amount of time and it starts to add up. So you'll see at the top level a lot of runners will actually just skip boons once they have the things that are core to their build.
Yeah, once you have your build set. Although, and I guess I might have missed it if Evan did pick it up, but he was probably looking for like Breaking Wave or something like that. Something to help his sticks out just a little bit.
It makes sense. Yeah, a very neck and neck race at the moment. Looks like
really, really close. We have the Rod, which I missed him picking up, but Evan does have Lightning Rod, which is crowd favorite.
Crowd favorite, and also a better boon than you'd think. Just for weapons like Hestia, any sort of, ever since the real problem with Rod, back in the day, in the 1.0 days,
clusters, nice. Evan's got the cluster bombs.
There's cluster rocket. Was that it would block your Sea Storm, and now that you can't get Sea Storm off Tidal Dash, it blocks your Sea Storm a lot less. And it does this pretty sizable amount of damage. It's 70 damage per second per cast. So it actually helps out a lot versus room clear bosses, what have you. It's just a little bit of free damage.
Yeah, kind of like the one Evan's in right now with all these small spawning units where a single blast from Lightning Rod will actually kill them. So
yeah, and we've all been in that position where there's one more flame wheel off in the corner, just chilling, stuck against the wall. You have no idea where it is. Pump the electric shot over the dash. Kind of interesting.
Well, it already has 5 levels, so yeah, probably doesn't need it. Hunter's Mark pickup right before the heroes fight is really big for Evan.
Huge. Meanwhile, a perfect points pickup for Dunko. It's pretty decent for a weapon that has no natural crit rate.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them both in the heroes at the same time as well. It's nice to see off the first run that we have a really close race. Both of these gamers are gaming very hard. Evan actually managed to clear out the heroes faster, so we are sort of feeling some of that fall off with Zagrael that I was mentioning. Having no Hermes, that's really
Absolutely.
beneficial for Dunko. You know, I'm not like, maybe it's worth the Smoldering Air. Maybe it isn't. I don't know.
And it's a little bit of a tough position for especially for crit weapons versus heroes, because Hunter's Mark is just such a good boon, right? And you see,
Oh, yeah.
like the second phase, Theseus goes down so fast, but as soon as
Mhm.
Theseus goes down, it takes him ages to whittle down that last bit of Asterius HP. It's a rough position to be in.
Yeah, and for Hunter's Mark reliant weapons like Zagrael, it might be possible that it's actually a time save to just wait and not damage Theseus.
Sure.
Kind of like how we'll sometimes wait for learning heads to spawn so that we can get a more efficient salvo off with, say, Beowulf, which we're not going to see because it's been banned. So we're not going to be able to see an example of what I'm talking
Yes,
about there. But
Beowulf has been banned.
yes, Beowulf has
If
been
you missed
completely
it, Beowulf
banned.
is banned.
Yes, unfortunately. I don't know if you guys heard it the first time, but
Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to say. Palming his Zeus's Aid to a level 6. Now Zeus's Aid scales reasonably with rarity. It's not terrible, but Palms, especially in Zeus's Aid, are massive value. And Evan has a level 6 Zeus's Aid. Dunk's still not managing to find a single palm in that smoldering Zeus's Aid, which is a little bit unfortunate.
yeah, a
this
little
point, anyways.
unfortunate. Evan did not manage to find the smoldering air that he probably wants, but he did steal Dunk's palms, so
Each has what the other wants.
indeed. And in this equivalent exchange, we are seeing, as I said, a very even race. Although Evan, I think, is having a little bit of an easier time in the tunnels than Dunk. You're seeing Dunk sort of struggling with these high health enemies just a little bit, kind of like how he was struggling with the bosses. And it's like not having splash dash just sometimes.
Not having splash dash really does hurt. not having splash or hunter dash. Passion dash is nice. It just isn't the same as those two. Really dodging that killing freeze. And recently, I think more and more people have been taking killing freeze just because it is a large amount of damage versus bosses, but it does make phasing slower, so it's justifiable.
What does he have that does frost though? Is it the revenge?
Snowburst.
It must be the
It's
revenge.
Snowburst.
Oh, Snowburst. Okay.
I believe, yeah.
Well, that can actually be a significant decent amount. I don't know. It's Zagrael. It's just very difficult to tell. We're gonna have to get someone with DPS calculating technology. Meanwhile, Evan entering the heroes fight, the Hades fight, as Dunk is picking up the sack. So looks like Evan, if all things remain equal, will pull and remain ahead. Dunk is looking for a last ditch. Plus 3 dashes. That's going to really help.
That really helps.
I was about to say Evan's probably going to gain more time in this Hades fight, but with that plus 3 dashes, Dunk might be able to keep up. Even though
I honestly don't know.
Rockets.
This Zagrael. I'm not sure Zagrael can ever really keep up with cluster rockets unless it has cluster rockets of its own. It's really hard to say, but Hestia with cluster rockets is actually it's not one of the better bossers in the game, but I think it's better than crit build Zag.
Oh, it's doing really well. Okay, after seeing that, suddenly
it is still
it's still pretty good, but I mean, 5 dashes, all critting. He does have that chaos running. If he's wise with his spawns, he'll hopefully find a way to trade the mark back and forth a little bit. Looks like he's not phasing quite as quickly, and Smoldering Air is not. I don't think giving him all the juice he really, really wants. And as we speak, Evan has killed Hades with an amazingly fast.
Evan playing that fight very, very cleanly.
Oh yeah,
finishing with 2 acorn charges. And full health. Had high confidence through the whole fight. That's value right there.
Yeah, 25% damage. That's a billowing strength. That's an epic billowing. It's better than an epic billowing strength, actually.
Yeah, so. I do see a lot of I do see a lot of runners put on the acorn and then burn all the hits in the first 2 seconds of the fight. That's not what the acorn's there for. The acorn's there to ensure that 25% damage for the fight.
Keeping the damage, dodging the stuns, all that wonderful stuff.
Heading into Flurry, Jab, Achilles, the second weapon. Meanwhile, Dunk finishing with the 1630 first weapon Zagrael. Knowing Dunk, not very happy with that one.
Yeah, not a bad time, but not a great time. He definitely wants something better than that.
Wants something better than that, and hopefully he can shake this off and head into the next weapons.
I'm a little bit scared to think of what that Hades fight would have looked like if he only had 2 dashes. So those plus 3 dashes were a huge saving grace. And we do talk about the amount of time you spend in the Styx shop and whether it's a time save, I think we can say pretty definitively that visit to the stick shop was good for Dunk.
Yeah, in Hades racing, Hades speedrunning, we try. I think we have to do our best not to fall into results-based thinking, but the potential for +3 dashes, I think, is worth visiting stick shop there. Absolutely.
Yeah, at least if you don't have the dashes. Oh, a natural
least.
Artemis for Evan, and it is Dunk doing some quick rebinding. It is worth noting also that Dunk is known for his Achilles spear play, so
Yeah.
Evan has some competition on his hands.
Dunk has been itching to play some Achilles this weekend, and really offered some difficult choices there. A natural Artemis against his forced Poseidon and a Chaos Gate.
Yeah, which do you take there? Obviously, it's. I wonder if the Chaos Gate's correct, right? Like,
I also wonder if the Chaos Gate's correct. I mean, more and more recently, like we've been looking at Chaos on Achilles, and these Chaos boons don't do nothing. An attack damage, dash strike damage, both very large damage boosts for Achilles. Speaking
Yeah,
of
for
dash
sure.
strike damage, Evan, after picking up his natural Artemis attack, finding 50% dash strike damage from Chaos.
Yeah, just going down to 7 to 8 maximum hit points. So, playing very safe, but it is Tartarus. So
Yeah,
these rooms are
Tunis-
very, very quick.
Yeah, Tonus losing his mind at home. Evan, about Tonus says you want around 200 HP for Achilles to avoid penalty boxing. Evan's about 200 HP short. So we'll see where this takes him.
Well, it's 192
there's a DD.
HP short. Oh
Yeah,
my god!
192 HP. There's
Well,
another.
it's all
no, it's all bad. It's all bad.
No.
Okay.
Evan,
needs
it can't
to
be a
play this
third. Can't be a
super
third.
safe.
Okay. Whew.
Cannot be a
All
third.
right, Evan, buddy, you're gonna have to play. I was gonna. I'm kind of eating my words now. I said it is Tartarus, so it should be easy to deal with
It
low
should
max
be easy,
HP.
but bombers are actually deceptively difficult if you have a minus HP curse. They do 12 HP, which is not like it's not much if you have 50. It is quite a lot if you have 8 max HP.
Yeah.
Palming is special. I have to imagine he's just a little bit flustered after losing those 2 DDs.
I don't know why people just straight up avoid palming the attack. People are like, it does nothing. It doesn't do nothing. Okay, it increases your attack damage by 8%.
It does more than palming.
Which is further compounded by crits. Like, stop
Absolutely.
doing bad things. Sorry, I'm getting upset. We wouldn't have this problem if we had Beowulf, because there would be only one thing to palm, and that would be the cast every single time.
If you think about it, Achilles is kind of like a cast weapon, but you have a dash instead.
Achilles is like a cast weapon where you ignore the cast, kind of like Eris.
And hopefully Evan can just shake off those 2 DDs and focus on gaming.
Yeah, it's just
no
patty
time for
value later.
Just patty value later, exactly. If he can hold on to this, yeah, there you go. He holds on to this one through Electo.
Don't get another 12 Witch Chamber, though. So echoing is his last run.
He's not happy about that.
Oh, no. I will say, though, I can't quite tell because we still have not fixed the overlay. We'll have to yell at production about that. But I can't tell what level of forced overtime Evan is running on. But it's possible that FO2 just got him there.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Dunk picking up Hyper Sprint in the final shop, Tartarus. Pretty good pickup for Achilles, but you're really looking for those extra dashes. And
he did roll over one extra dash.
Rolling over one extra dash, one extra dash is. I feel like I don't know. Do you take that there in a race?
I don't know. I know for the last run that we watched, where Shiitake, I think it was Shiitake, who actually just snap picked +1 dash on his Achilles run, and seemed to serve him. At least if I'm thinking of the right person. Apologies if I'm not. But
that's also another thing to keep in mind especially for RTA settings, races like these. Rolling costs time. If you're rolling for hyper sprint, rolling over something that's already going to speed you up, who knows whether that's going to be worth the time save. Rolling over something like +1 dash, definitely justifiable. Especially
rolling cost time
if you
for
find
sure.
hyper sprint.
There's also the opportunity cost. There's like spending rolls on finding the absolute best thing. Oh my god, it's Purple Rush Delivery!
It's Purple Rush
We did
Delivery.
it. Use
Doesn't
the
have to
command,
roll.
gamers. Press
Use
the command HD got. The
We
HD
found
got and do it.
Hyper Rush.
Awesome. So yeah, never mind. Skipping +1 dashes for hyper sprint is actually correct.
Actually, 100% correct because you find Epic
Yep.
Rush Delivery every single time.
Absolutely,
Meanwhile-
results-based gamers over here.
Results-based gamers. Meanwhile, Dunk hunting for an Epic Rush Delivery and hoping to find it with one of his Yarn or 3 Nectar charges.
Well, hopefully he manages to keep them. Hopefully he manages to manage them. Meanwhile, Evan finding the 22 fountain, so securing his lead further in
Yep,
this
Absolutely.
race.
And meanwhile, Dunk forcing Zeus into Asphodel. What do you think he's looking for?
Let's see, did he already use the keepsake here? Yeah, he already used it, and he has
He has the electric
cast.
shot. He did roll over the cast the first time, so I have to imagine he's looking for Zeus' aid.
He must be. It's the Smoldering Air gaming that we saw last time, I think.
And it's a bit unfortunate for Dunk because his his nectar charges are getting just burned on this kind of inane, useless stuff. Picking up like a wave of despair there.
Purple. I thought it was purple. Sweet Surrender.
Might have been purple sweet surrender. Either way, not really what you're looking for.
It ain't nothing, but it ain't much.
Nothing, but it ain't much. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely snapping that Hermes.
Yeah, so he does get to use his
It was
his nectar on
It was
something.
different league.
Different league. Okay.
Different league.
Purple
Oh,
Rush
man,
Delivery.
there's the
We're
Purple Rush.
gaming again. Woo!
We have a Purple Rush Achilles
even-
versus a Purple Rush Achilles.
All right, so yeah, I double get fucked by this. I take back everything I said about taking +1 dashes. Taking +1 dashes is stupid. Don't ever do it. You saw it here first. This is the correct decision every single time.
Yeah, if you had any doubts, commentators are frauds. We know nothing.
I
+1
knew
dash is
nothing.
never correct.
Now I know everything,
Now we know.
having seen the light.
Absolutely. If you
yeah,
just get Epic Rush Delivery every single time you pick up Hyper Sprint, why not take Hyper Sprint?
There's one thing to get excited about. Evan, of course, making it into Elysium a bit ahead of Dunko, who is hopefully going to be hot on his heels now that he also has Epic Hyper Delivery. But Evan also has Stygian Shard, which is great against the mini boss. Hopefully, we'll see some Stygian Shard gaming. I'm excited.
I'm honestly hoping he finds another Stygian Shard, maybe in a well right before mini boss. Just insta kills that Minotaur. For those of you who aren't aware, there are 2 sources of multiplicative damage in this game. There's Artemis, who can do crits, and then there's also Stygian Shards, which multiply with each other for whatever godforsaken reason. So if you have 2 Stygian Shards, they do 36 times trap damage to enemies.
Yeah.
Another Stygian Shard on top of that brings it to like 216. It's pretty absurd. And there's a well, so we do have Stygian Shard stacking in the cards.
Yeah, trap damage has a storied and complicated history with Hades. It used to actually be baked into Sisyphus's keepsake instead of giving you. You skipped the well. Instead of giving you the damage on boonless abilities, it gave you just trap damage, which was really fun. And then they removed it, and for a while you could actually get it through chaos. And it doesn't look like Evan is actually using the trap damage, which is very disappointing to me. I'll have to yell at him about that later.
I think he's doing his best to keep up with Asterius jumps. Understandable. We've all been there. Asterius moves at quite a pace.
He moves at quite a pace, or moves at quite a pace? I didn't quite catch that.
Moves.
Okay, he moves. Okay, I would say that he moves at a pretty quick pace, but he probably moves pretty fast as well.
And
production has expressed some consternation at my recent comments. So just for those of you who are wondering at home.
And it's a little bit interesting because both of them, they have Epic Rush Delivery. I'm surprised to see neither of them go for Dad Call. Dad Call notably has fantastic synergy with Rush Delivery. So, Dunk probably forcing like a mark.
Hydraulic mic'd for Evan. Nice pickup in the mid shot.
Yeah. And Evan, for meanwhile, just taking the Charon keepsake. It's fine. You get a Stygian shard and a Hydrolite forever. I think he's really thinking about that. He's got that P box on his mind.
Yeah, I actually forgot about his two missing death
Precarious
defiances.
position.
But
and
he is at the tonus level. He's at the tonus HP level, right?
He is at the tonus
220
HP level, and he
He's
does
doing
have
good.
one more chance to find. There it is.
There
Patty.
he is. Found him. I was about to say Dunko is
And-
actually nipping on his heels, but this
That's
34
the 34
skip.
Patty that fixes everything wrong with Evan's build, namely the fact that he was missing 2 DDs out of Tartarus.
Oh, sweet nectar. I think he was hoping for Heartrend there, but
Probably
sweet
hoping
nectar
for
works too.
Heartrend, but I think he's mostly glad not to be dead. Evan, you can almost feel him breathing a sigh of relief. And Hunter's Mark putting in huge work in this fight, as always.
Mhm. For sure. And unfortunately, Patty not blessing Dunko to the same degree. But that's how the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you get whatever Dunk's getting right now, which is not a free 34. It's not the worst 34 in the world, it looks like, but it is a 3-wave.
It is the 3-wave. It does have some naked flame wheels in there. But it's got some good enemies. We
have some chariots. We have armored enemies. So it's no free lunch, but it's not a $30 Happy Meal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And interestingly, I know this is.
Sorry, keep going.
This is. I know Achilles is one of Dunk's comfort picks, so it's very interesting actually that Evans managed to widen the gap a little bit on at least through Asphodel, between the two racers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, we can probably chalk that up to at the very least the 34 Patty pickup, as well as I don't know if he found Rush Delivery earlier, but that could have also thanks for the raid, Dancing Grad. Thanks for coming in hot with the 2 extra viewers. Hope your Hollow Knight gaming went well. Okay. I thought Evan was actually going to miss the
big rat,
the Meg there, but it turns out he's smarter than I am.
Yes.
That was a quick yes. I was expecting some more encouragement there from my fellow commentator.
Picking up boiling point. Moving on.
Boiling point's really good.
Actually, like a super underrated book. And Achilles, a weapon you get hit with often. I would expect that this call builds super quickly.
Yeah, and going back to your mention of the Hades call, we do have Hades call for both players right now. So
finally, some Hades call.
Mm-hmm.
I've been. If you ask 185 in his chat, he actually has started really valuing Hades call, not only for the damage but also for the protection from the greater call. So
yeah, for sure.
What he likes to do is he'll save a greater call for the second phase, and as soon as those lasers start getting in your way, you just pop the greater call, don't have to think about it, and kill dead.
Yeah, because even though you can find safety inside the circle of beams, you're still not dash striking, because especially if you weren't fortunate enough to find the ideal level of HP, you're still in a bit of danger, and keeping your HP up, in addition to just staying safe.
Absolutely,
you just freely dash attack with extra 100% damage.
And Evan finishing up Styx as Dunk heads into his third tunnel. But one Styx tunnel separating these two. Not an insurmountable lead.
And we'll see another nice mirror match. Hera versus Hera.
As you like it. Dunk not really getting any help from Poseidon for this Styx. Just the base title dash. You see these rooms are kind of taking a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna make a head-to-head pun with the two Heras, but I found actually I can see now if you rearrange the letters of Hera, they actually spell head. So it is built into the word.
Hey, in what universe?
Dunko turning down the second wind synergy with Epic Rush Delivery, which is actually a little bit unfortunate. I think that we actually could have gotten a little bit of
Second rush delivery.
second delivery,
Second
second
rush
delivery,
Yeah.
second
Delivery.
hyper delivery.
Second delivery, which you can usually only find by doing plume strats.
But that's 36% extra damage. That's a palmed billing strength right there.
Taking the +2 dashes though, I can't really blame him.
Yeah, absolutely. The roll, but as you said, though, rolling does take time. You know, it takes like
Rolling does
2,
take time.
3 seconds. Not to mention the time it takes for you to decide.
True.
It's possible that he wasn't very few people actually think about second delivery, which of course is second wind, synergizing with rush delivery. But you know, if it is on your mind, I think that you could actually take some advantage of it.
And both runners picking up a pretty ample amount of health
Mhm.
for this Achilles dad fight. Achilles, one of the weapons that really needs it, honestly. You see how much damage they're taking. Just you're dash striking a lot. You're face tanking. You hope dad doesn't hit you one too many times with a boiling blood spin.
Yeah, I think Dunk is actually making up a bit of time in the last leg of this second run. He's only a
Absolutely.
little bit behind
Oh my
behind
God.
Evan.
What an incredible dad fight from Dunk,
Hmm.
making up almost all the time that he lost at Styx.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him use the Hades call to actually get out of the pot stun, which is something you can do. If you're stunned by the pots, you can pop the call and it'll remove any stuns that are on you. It's possible he was trying to save up for a full one, but I don't think he actually made it there in the end. So a little bit of time loss there on his end, but otherwise, yeah, incredible. He's not totally caught up, but he is nipping at Evan's heels. So it's going to come down to as it always does. RNG, good build, and of course, good play, assuming all other things are relatively equal.
Those are beautiful stats, man. Pointing out Dunk making up over 30 seconds in that Styx and dad fight.
And yeah, I think that also comes down to the experience that Dunk has with Achilles, which is his sort of favorite weapon. My favorite weapon is Beowulf, so I know a lot about it. I feel very comfortable with it. But Dunk,
unfortunately, we will not
Dunk's
get any of that
Beowulf
knowledge
is
since Beowulf has been banned.
unfortunately, I will not be able to bestow any of that knowledge upon the Twitch chat. But Dunk's Beowulf is Achilles.
And one of the places where Achilles' experience really shows itself is in the dad fight.
For sure.
So very. It looks like we've got a little bit of a glitch in the matrix. Dunk forcing Afrocast, using the mods and finding a common cast.
Yeah, not sure what happened there.
Gamers, on these mods, that is not supposed to happen.
Was that on
Chamber 1 cast?
I was on Chamber 1 cast? Huh. We'll have to have a word with Seagull about that.
Seagull!
Seagull, whom we can, of course, blame for whatever happens bad in these mods. That aside, Dunk did find a bit of cast damage from Chaos, which in exchange for trap damage, which we just saw there, hitting him for 444 on the exploded spike face cactuses you can see there.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Evan had to skip Artemis for a mid shop. Fortunately, finding Tidal Dash immediately afterwards, so he can still force Mirage later.
Yeah, or find Natural Artemis later. It's
some eagle-brained, eagle-eyed viewers in chat pointing out that Dunk might actually be on an older version of the mod pack.
Ooh. So it's still Seagull's fault.
It's a past Seagull's fault, but in the most technical sense, still a Seagull's fault.
Yes, absolutely.
In any case, I think it's safe to blame Seagull. Although, racers, check your mods.
Racers, check your mods. Stay up to date.
Stay up to date.
The one, it's not really a silver lining, but it is a consolation. The rarity of
Crush shot
doesn't really matter. It matters a little bit, of course. The difference is still 20 damage, which by percentage is like
it's like about 20%.
It's around close to 20%, which is
it's like
a bit, but not a ton.
That's like 2/3 of a Mirage shot right there.
Well, Mirage Shot does percentage damage, not flat. Actually, no, that is percentage damage. So it's more like a building strength than a Mirage Shot, honestly. I think it's better to measure things by Mirage Shots, by building strengths. Dunk running into a yeah, absolutely. Dunk is picking up a natural Demeter here, though, and we are seeing the upshot of some of this extra cast damage that he's getting from Chaos. He's one-shotting these thugs, in addition, of course, to the extra palms that he's getting from his mom palm.
Ooh, and taking Frost Flourish on that roll from Demeter, a little bit interesting. I don't know what I would do there. That's an epic Frost Flourish right there, but
I thought that was an epic attack. That was an epic Demeter attack, wasn't it?
sorry, epic attack. Yeah, it was an epic attack. Sorry.
I'd be tempted by it, honestly.
I'd be tempted by the epic Frost Strike. You don't have any natural Mirage gods. You're probably. I don't know what he forces here. Does he force Artemis? Does he force Demeter? It's hard to say.
It's really hard to say. If he took the epic attack, that would sort of stand in for whatever it is he's taking for attack, and then he could have forced Demeter. Since as you said, since he doesn't have, maybe he should have actually picked up that bag just to see what was in there. I don't think he has any other gods going for him.
I've been taking a while to peruse the chaos options. Honestly, taking that time loss is better than picking a Morphos Curse, so good on Evan. Ultimately, picking something great for his build, extra cast damage from chaos.
Yeah, although I will point out, echoing what I said a little bit earlier, which is that Evan does take a bit of time in these menus sometimes. He really thinks it through, which is...
He thinks it through. I know he comes from an IGT background, which, most of us do. Getting into RTA more recently, one of the newcomers to hyper delivery this time around.
Yeah, for sure. But that is one thing you should definitely work on. Just make a quick decision. Know what you're looking for, and know what you'll take and what you'll turn down.
And a lot of the quick decision making comes from anticipation. You know what you're looking for.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you know what he's looking for? Artemis. He's looking for a Eurydice, and he finds it right here. Chamber 21.
Well, that's not a decision he has to think about or even make. It was just given to him directly.
Taking a little bit to choose that nectar. But is what it is.
Of course, it is also possible that that Evan is a little bit afraid of misclicking, as we've seen these mishaps before, where gamers will choose the wrong boon or hammer or what have you in their haste, and that can be pretty punishing in a live format. So maybe he's trying to take his time.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's rush delivery. Second one.
Delivery.
Back to back.
Folk, you know the drill.
HD GOAT.
Oh my god. And a Mirage Shot. Jesus Lord. This is a textbook Hera run.
I was about to take a sip of water. Thank God I waited, because that would have been a spit take and a half, but
entering learning at this is a 6-minute entrance. RTA. Just about. It's pretty speedy.
Yeah, no, that's really, really, really good looking. I don't think Dunk has found a hammer. Oh, he did find the 22 Eurydice. That's really, really big for him.
That's really huge.
Oh, Dunk has relentless folly according to production. Thank you, production. So yeah, not exactly reaping the benefits of the seeding here. Whoever's fault it is, it's Seagulls. Dunk is getting a little bit wrecked just by the technology in place for this run.
He is getting the main benefit from starting with the cast seed, which is the extra levels from the mom palm. That being said,
that is coming through.
You don't get the free damage. You don't get the free epic cast.
No free epic cast, no hammer either. No good hammer.
No hammer. And often running God's Legacy, it is a little bit unfortunate, since you are just never going to find an epic cast. Doing a pretty good job of AoEing these heads. Having trouble finding all of his casts at the same time, though.
Yeah, really close to dying as well, but we don't pay the learning tax here. Meanwhile, Evan also did not pay the learning tax. He is just clearing out the first room. Just finished clearing out the first room of Elysium.
Evan with tying the fastest asphodel we've seen all weekend.
Damn.
321. Making it all the more absurd that Dirk did that with no free rooms. At the same time, Evan really showing off what a difference, Dunk says he does not like Flurry. It is definitely a playstyle adjustment. That being said, Evan really showing off the amount of work that Flurry can put in boss.
Yeah, it really is. I've like Flurry is one of those things where you just have to be extra focused. I've recently been playing a rhythm game, and I'm not a huge rhythm game player, but playing that has actually helped me. You know, like because Flurry shot, the timing is so precise, right? Like the time between your attacks is so big, but you have to be pressing buttons in sort of an alternating pattern, and that's like it's like unironically been helpful for me to like conceptualize good play.
Meanwhile, Dunk playing a little bit of Chiron with this concentrated, relentless volley combo. Very unfortunate hammer combo for Hera.
Yeah, when you have to fall back on pressing the special button.
When you have to fall back on pressing the special button, you are no longer playing, Hera. And if you do have to fall back on pressing the special button, I imagine charge volley is the one you're looking for.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's just a decision you don't want to have to make.
Ooh, Evan taking Patty over the over the chaos. Understandable since his health is low, but that chaos actually could be pretty big. I don't know.
Could be pretty big, and I think Evan's mostly focused on. I imagine he's all gaming, no braining. Wants to go fast. Does not
Absolutely.
want to give Dunk the opportunity to catch up here.
Yeah, both players actually only have 3 casts, which is it feels kind of unusual because like the good Hera runs usually have at least 4 casts.
Evan sniping that eyeball from afar.
I was gonna say, right before it respawns. Eagle-eyed and eagle-brained.
A little bit strange dodging that second hammer there. Oh, and getting this is just the worst 34, isn't it?
It's not the very best.
Not the best. It's all naked swordsman. Some would say the worst.
Yeah, oops, all naked swordsman. But he is still 2 ahead, and Dunk is having his own fair share of bad rooms. He has the bridge room. He has unarmored swordsman. No snowburst. He does have a Mirage shot, I believe, right? So, but Evan does have the advantage of having like a good hammer. So Dunk is feeling the pain here.
Yeah, and there's this thing that Ananke used to say when he ran this game that the boons you get are just they help you with your pace. They are not your pace. Your pace is always the big thing, and Evan has the pace. They both have boons.
Absolutely. Yeah, but I mean the difference between seeing, like 16, 15-minute times and having even the opportunity to see those 14-minute times does come from your play, which can't be understated. You still need to be lucky in both cases, but in one, like no matter how lucky you get. Although speaking of luck, Doug does find last minute Patty. I think is this his second 34 Patty?
Absolutely.
I think he got
and
one
saving a DD.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, not getting cast palm there. Palming the attack over Tidal Dash is a little bit interesting to me. Especially considering, no triple shot, no twin shot, no flurry.
Well, he does have 9 palms in his cast, so
over Tidal.
Oh, over Tidal Dash. Oh,
A little bit interesting, but
I don't know. Probably just wanted to make a decision that wasn't his cast.
Yep, absolutely. Quick decisions, good decisions.
Yeah. Oh, and I almost forgot. On top of everything going for Evan, he also does have that rare rush delivery. We cannot forget the rare rush delivery. So
hard to.
Things are not looking good for Dunk. I don't think there's any way he's catching up. Evan is on a really comfy pace, comfy build, comfy health. There's no P box opportunities going for us here. The races have been like really, really safe. Actually, there's been no like under 100 HP gaming. Much to my sadness. I do like to see a good P box. Yes, my consternation, which is my word. You're not allowed to use it.
Taking hydraulic over breaking wave there. I honestly think that's a fine pick. Hera doesn't struggle much in sticks. Kind of load the cast, nuke everything in the room. You're good.
Mm-hmm. Just like that.
Just like that.
Paying the well visit, nice. Paying the well visit helps sometimes.
And it is very unfortunate. Dunk doing his best to claw back some time, but this is really such a huge gap. Look at all those gold splits, and unfortunately, Evan's just so far ahead after those first 2 weapons.
Yeah, and if Dunk was on sort of even footing with missing the Meg, he's shaking his head. He knows. I mean, obviously he knows he's there. He saw it miss, but even still, unlike last run where they were sort of on even footing with builds, I give the edge solidly to Evan in this run. There's he has the hammers, he has the build, and granted he does have a very similar build to Dunk, but as I said, he has the hammers, which makes his attack that much better, and he also has that rush delivery, which I don't think Dunk has.
Mm-hmm.
He is getting that second hammer though. There's the triple shot last minute. So.
Jesus, and the hammer difference is just so appalling here.
Yeah,
Evan entering the dead fight with triple flurry, while Dunk has concentrated relentless volley.
Mm-hmm.
Forced to take the hammer, but I'm honestly not sure why Evan was avoiding it in the first place. Flurry. You can find a number of really, really good hammers after that. You can find twin, you can find triple.
It's possible he was just dodging menus. The other thing is...
It is definitely possible.
Honestly, the other thing is, aside from bosses, triple shot on Flurry with Splash Dash doesn't give you that much, because you are knocking enemies away. You can't shotgun regular enemies so easily, unless they're like shieldsmen who will sort of root themselves in place and be immovable for a little while.
Fumbling a little bit with one of those casts, Dead gets a darkness off. I don't think it's going to end up mattering. Evan has plenty of time to walk all the way to the left side of the arena, collect his casts, whiff all of them, and collect them again.
Oh, just taking down his HP bar.
Taking down his HP bar.
So yeah, I think Dunk is getting bitten just a little bit by his decision to seed for cast as opposed to hammers. Even if he did find epic cast, these hammers are doing him no favors, and that's where I think the difference really lies. Even though he has, does Evan take a DD?
Evan taking another DD and finishing off the race with a triple shot.
Yeah, even though Dunk does have that increased cast damage from Chaos, and he does have these, it's 10 palms in the in the cast right now. And Mirage Shot, he is still, feeling the burn. Almost died. Oh, that would have been unfortunate.
That was close. Dunk almost showing that you don't need Flurry to have a good time. Shooting his cast over the lake.
Absolutely. He almost Lat Millered himself.
Freestyle, no Flurry needed.
Yeah, GG's in chat.
And meanwhile, Evan taking his time to fish. And it's a perfect catch.
Absolutely. The man has some time. We're seeing a Dunko using the wall strat. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, it is possible to knock the casts out of enemies, although it's usually bosses. If they're up against a wall, the casts don't like to stick into Hades if they're or any enemy if there's a wall sort of right up against them. So you can sort of give yourself a quick reload at home, but better.
A little bit dicey looking, shooting towards the lake, near that wall, but
Man, some people live on the edge, and that's Dunk.
Some people live on the edge.
It looks like the racers are all done. So let's get them in here. Dunk, we already know how you're feeling, but why don't you talk to us? How's things?
Man. So here's the thing. In my practice runs, I was getting like 48s and 47s pretty reliably. Because I did some practice runs yesterday and the day before. I got a 47, I got a 47-18 the other day. I wasn't very happy with my 50-minute time that I got yesterday, so I immediately cranked out a 47. I haven't been happy with how the runs this hyper delivery have gone, and it hasn't felt like I've been playing super badly. It's mostly just felt like things just never lined up.
And
if you saw some of those weapons, it's like my Zagrail, on that run, I got Smoldering Air early, but then like nothing else for the rest of the run. Never found, like, I found my second Hermes in Styx.
Yeah. You did get those +2
I
dashes, which helped for the Hades fight, but it was
yeah,
too little, too late.
but it was too
Yeah, a little
late.
bit too-
Yeah,
a little bit too
and
little, too late.
like the Achilles run, I got like the epic hyper delivery, but then I never found a free room for the rest of the run.
Mhm.
And everything else, and like all my spawns were bad. Like I got like all swordsmen and archers. And then on Hera, like, one, I tried to get common cast. I tried to get epic cast. I specifically tried to set my starting boon to epic cast, and it gave me common for some reason,
You
and I have
were
no idea why.
told it might be because it might be an older version of the mods.
Potentially, I'll have to look into that. But that wasn't too bad. I ended up still getting it to like level 5 or level 6, so it didn't end
Absolutely.
up mattering by the end of Tartarus.
The hammers for that last run were not doing you any favors.
Hammers were not.
No, the hammers were awful, and I didn't find a Poseidon. I didn't have a Poseidon until Elysium. Happened to get the Mirage shot pretty early, but nah, it's just like nothing really came together in any of those runs. And that's okay. I didn't practice as much as anybody else really for this tournament.
Yes.
Does happen
I've
to
been
most of
feeling
us.
yeah, I've been feeling pretty burnt out. And
Join the washed club. Do it.
no,
Come back stronger.
What I'm doing is I actually decided a little while back that this was going to be my last competitive Hades event that I would be competing in, and that I would be exclusively doing commentary from this point on, and I am no longer going to be doing speed runs, really. Like I'll still be doing runs of the game, but not trying to actually push times, just mostly for fun rather than anything else.
Hell yeah.
So
For sure. Find
so
a way
the-
to have fun with the game. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. So and in the process of practicing for this tournament, to kind of reinforce that that's a good decision, because I know on Friday I was feeling pretty not happy with playing the game.
Yeah.
So I honestly, like, I don't think I played very badly. I think I played all right. I just nothing really lined up, and I can't really be too unhappy about that. But there's always a little bit of like the dumps when you lose something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Been
On the
there,
other side of
absolutely.
things, Evan, congratulations.
Yes.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I was kind of on the flip side of Dunko, where my play left a lot to be desired, and I got bailed out a few times. I put myself in a really sticky situation with my Achilles run.
Yeah, a little bit.
And
A little bit.
yeah, and
Are you on FO2?
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's gotta be.
Ugh.
It's gotta be.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I put myself in a bad situation there. I scared my dog because I screamed a bad word. This is the second time I died, and don't worry, we'll make up later. He'll be fine. But that was really tough. I think I tightened up after that, and the run was pretty conducive to like letting me do things quickly. So I got pretty lucky on a number of things from there on out, and I think I played okay from then on out. But I mean, I have to go back and watch the replays.
Yeah, I will say one thing that you and I mentioned this a bit, and we did pick up on it. You spend a bit of time in the menus. Your menuing or your menuing is maybe a little bit slow. Is that because you're still like kind of fresh to RTA, or is that
No,
something
I
you've
think
noticed?
Well, I think I've traditionally, like, even in like school, I'm not like the fastest reader. So like, I'm trying to scan for things and trying to
Gotcha.
process what I'm trying to do. So I think if I sat there and took the time to just memorize what each like was adjective noun combination, it might help me out some. But yeah, I
No,
think that's
absolutely. Like, I mean, Reading carefully better than taking 70% more foes. So
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
not thinking better than
Oh,
thinking.
not thinking so good. It's so
Feel-
underrated. Oh man.
Exactly. In any case, congratulations. Good
Thank you.
races to y'all. Before we go to, I'm assuming we're going to go to break. Why don't you shout out your stuff, make any announcements or what have you that you want before we move on to the finals. Evan, why don't you lead us in that?
Just like yesterday, I don't really stream very often. So shout out to the speedrunning Discord community. Definitely go there. That's where you'll find me. And since I don't stream very much, I'm going to say we should go check out Dunko's stream. Great streamer, does a great job, and look forward to more content in the future.
Oh, thanks, Evan.
Would you like to plug your stream again?
Would you like to plug Evan's stream?
Yeah. I think you should check out eAppleton whenever they do stream. I mean, it's eAppleton1, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I stream 5 days a week, twitch.tv/Dunk0. I do this. This is my job. So I'm currently streaming 5 days a week and uploading stuff on YouTube. So check out my YouTube. I'm uploading 2 to 3 days a week, depending on things. Up on YouTube and streaming 5 days a week. I'm going to be doing a lot of Hades challenge run stuff. I also am playing a lot of Hollow Knight recently, so I'll probably be working on my Hollow Knight speedruns. I recently got top 100 and current patch any percent in that game.
Nice.
So I'm gonna be doing things. I'm gonna be doing things and stuff over on twitch.tv/Dunk0. So
Yeah, nice.
come
Go check him out. Support him. He deserves it. And on top, off of that, again, congratulations to all the racers. Great showing, regardless. And I think we're going to take a quick break as we set up for the next one. So stick around.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Hyper Delivery 3. I'm
The
Bright01.
third hyper delivery.
And I'm here with Risk13.
I am Risk 13.
And this is going to be the finals of the third Hyper Delivery between Tonus
Woo!
and Shiitake. Mushroom Man. How you guys
Yes,
doing?
Mushroom Man,
Tonus, how are you?
We're actually doing kind of okay. Kind of feel like even if I lose this match, no one can blame me for it because Shiitake has been just putting out crazy times over and over again. So
I feel like
I think I'm
kind
just
of
gonna
okay.
play some Hades.
Kind of okay is the best we're going to get out of it.
That's the best I can do, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to
Did you
admit at
nap,
this
Tonus?
point, I did try to make some shady deals with Shiitake to get my Lucifer banned, but he really has nothing to lose.
And Shiitake,
I
how
gotta
are you
take
doing?
everything I can get.
You take
Yeah, I'm
everything.
doing pretty good. Yeah, I can't say I'm entirely confident again because Tonus is also insane. So we'll see how it goes.
Color's so nice. All right, Tonus, what are you bringing?
It's the same lineup. Achilles, Beowulf, Hera, and Lucifer the Rail.
And I'm gonna go ahead and assume Shiitake is not gonna ban Lucifer. Shiitake, what are you banning?
I will be banning Beowulf.
Oh,
God damn
there
it.
it is.
What?
And
Not Beowulf is not an aspect. Production.
what is your lineup gonna be, Tonus? In order.
Oh, I'm doing Achilles to Lucifer to Hera.
Okay, sounds good. And Shiitake, what do you bring?
I will bring Achilles, Beo, Hera, and Hestia.
Achilles, Beo, Hera, and Hestia. Well, Tonus, you know the
Well,
drill.
I'm banning Hera bow and hoping that your flood flare bullshit will finally turn against you.
Tonus
Can't work out
embodying
every time.
Tonus embodying the he can't keep getting away with it
Yeah.
live on Twitch.television.
And Mr. Mushroom Man, what order are you going to be playing your weapons in?
I will go Beo, Hestia, Achilles.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, with that, racers, do you prefer text or speech countdown?
I'd like to have text countdown, so I'll be deafening and muting myself.
Yeah, either
Right
works
now,
for me.
that's-
So
All right. Well, you know the drill.
All right.
Get your packs ready.
And since this is the third hyper delivery, I think the number that I'm going to count down from will be 3. So it looks like everyone's ready. Bright, and you're ready with the text countdown.
Mhm.
All right. On 0. In 3, 2, 1, 0. God, 0 is my favorite number to say.
What a surprise. Flurry jab. There it is.
Flurry jab and
Charge
charge shot, baby. Woo!
I never know what to say in the first room. There's only so you can only say and they're
You're
off
supposed
for so
to
long,
say
right?
and they're off. Yeah, I guess so.
It doesn't take up the space of a full room. That's like 10 seconds RTA.
You can slow it down a little bit. You can
That is
say
a long
and
they're off.
they're off, baby.
Good.
And yeah, everyone will be happy.
Well, there's stuff to talk about now. Tonus picking up his first boon. Common title dash, heading into that chaos. Doesn't even check the room.
Yeah. One thing that we can note also is that Tonus is running Infernal Soul, which is a little bit different from the. Oh my God, Shiitake is getting away with it already. Shiitake does find Natural Artemis. So
Looking like a
Tonus will be-
bandit, finding a natural Artemis to put on his charge shot. Let's see if he, he has to roll for it.
Oh, has
Not
to
the
roll for
worst
it?
scenario, but
it's rare.
it is rare. It is what it is. Shiitake getting away with it. He just keeps on getting away with it,
Absolutely.
We'll just never know.
I mean, we do know he will keep getting away with it, much to the chagrin of
Tonus.
Tonus.
Meanwhile, Tonus
but-
also finding a natural Artemis.
Oh,
Very
not enough. 4 short of buying the Artemis from the shop. That really hurts for Shiitake.
It hurts a little bit. You can still force the Artemis. I'm coping really hard for Shiitake here. Shiitake going to be looking to fill up his god pool, so hopefully he can buy a boon for Mirage Shot in the end shop.
Yeah,
I know
absolutely.
on the topic of Infernal Soul, I know Tonus has just been a huge proponent of Infernal Soul recently. You can find a
both-
lot of good stuff.
Yeah, both him and 185 have been rocking the Infernal
Oh,
Soul,
yeah.
and once you get
He
used to
runs
it,
Infernal on everything.
yeah,
You know, if you run Infernal, there's really very few mirror changes you need to make, if any, in an all weapons lineup. You
Mhm.
basically go from Pride to Legacy, and that's it. You go to Pride to Legacy once in a run, and you're good. And it's fantastic, beautiful.
yeah. And if you want to, I was going to say, I think that Tonus will actually find Mirage Shot before Shiitake, and sure enough,
And sure enough,
did
yeah.
find Mirage Shot. Actually wonder if he should have picked it up. Oh, an
Stealing
11.
Shiitake's Mirage Shot. Both of them absolutely tearing through the starters. And Shiitake finding a natural Poseidon, that's got to be a Mirage right there, right?
This is, I don't know how hard he rolls. Maybe he doesn't even have to roll hard, you know?
Maybe he doesn't even have to roll. Maybe he just finds
Tonus found it. No problem. So
This is
here we are.
This is an absurd race already. They are. Well, I guess you can't really say they're off to the races, can you?
Just saying they're off to the races would imply that they were not beforehand.
They were not
Let's
before.
see what's inside the box. Oh, he's gonna roll
Rolling
once.
Oh
He's
my
gotta roll twice.
lord.
There it is.
He's got to roll
Nice.
twice to find it, but he finds it. You can't be upset about that. You can't be.
You can't be mad.
Do you think that's a misclick?
It's either a misclick or we might see some plume strats from Shiitake. It is possible.
We might see some bloom strats.
Plume strats are made a little bit worse if you have legacy. So that's
I don't
that's
think
a
they're any
possibility.
worse. He has charge shot, Beowulf. You could be very, very happy with this.
Yeah. If
This-
you find
this-
greater recall.
You find this greater recall, you're not going to say no. And Shiitake actually, by the splits, exiting a little bit ahead. Kind of waiting forever there in that loading screen.
Yeah, neck and neck
It's
otherwise.
very, very rough.
Yep, there's the plume strats.
Tonus.
I knew it.
Tonus looking to sell something for that Light of Ix, sells his Heartbreak Flourish. Parts with that somewhat useless boon. Does open Heartrend, but you know what's better than Heartrend? A Chaos Gate.
Yep.
Let's see
for
if these
sure.
plume strats pay off for Shiitake.
Yeah, I for one am super interested to see it. I've been shilling plume strats for a while now. It's just really, really cool. I think it's a great option to open up.
Or Tonus finding a purple attack chaos boon.
Ooh, that's huge.
Absolutely massive. Taking a trap damage curse. We'll
Trap
see
damage
whether
in
that comes
Asphodel?
back to haunt him
All right.
in the Asphodel. What did Shiitake pick up from that Hermes?
I actually miss it. I was Common RD?
Shiitake picking up a common RD, going for the rarity upgrade on it, upgrading his cast.
Hey, that ain't bad.
Ain't bad. Flood Flare actually scales pretty drastically with rarity. So
Yep.
being able to
There's a
upgrade it
chaos
one
in
rarity
the
is
corner.
fantastic.
He is choosing to take the
Lord.
chaos. I think chaos is correct
No,
here. Not
chaos
much for the
is
shot that you
correct.
want.
Chaos is correct. Spends a while looking for the entrance, but he finds it, and it's
Ooh,
worth
cast
it. That's
damage.
cast damage. Jesus Lord, this is your picture perfect Flood Flare Beowulf run.
Ooh,
If he
taking
finds- finding a rare or better wave pounding here, absolutely key.
actually probably would have preferred to see him take the Demeter. Snowburst is fine. Oh, there's the
And
epic
it's an
wave pounding
epic
though.
wave
Okay,
pounding.
that's like
mind.
that's pretty worth
Never
it.
mind.
I
That's
mean,
pretty worth
and
both of them
Ravenous Will
absolutely
is
on-
kind of a wave pounding, right?
This is kind of disgusting. Both racers here have an opportunity to enter Lerny sub 3 minutes, depending on how quickly Shiitake finishes this room.
Yeah. I don't think Shiitake found the same kinds of free rooms that Tonus found. Tonus did. Oh,
absolutely
there's
disgusting.
greater
Find the greater
recall.
And folks, if you haven't seen Greater Recall Beowulf before, it's a treat. Shiitake now has a useless rush delivery, but has a very, very useful Greater Recall.
Well, you know what? Shiitake does have the rush delivery lined up for the Styx purchase. Yep.
Hyper 6-second wind.
Oh yeah, it definitely the second win.
It's
That's
definitely going to be
what I was
second.
looking for.
It's got to be second delivery.
I'm ready for it.
And by the way, folks, the only way to end up with second delivery
Is plume strats.
Is plume
Another
strats.
reason to run plume strats.
No, it's not. That's a reason not to run plume strats. If anything,
It's pretty pog.
it's pretty fine. 30% global damage.
You know, maybe he keeps on plume to.
I honestly don't know. I think
Probably not.
I don't think so. I think he takes the Charon keepsake, hunts for, that really does just change the number of viable items from Charon. You can look for
Yeah, the Ichor is a better
Ichor.
option now. Ichor does give him 10% more damage.
True, each Ichor. And those Ichors last for quite a while, and he looks like he's doing it.
Didn't find anything. Should have kept the plume on.
This is how we judge decisions. We are very smart.
Yes, incredibly intelligent. Listen, for anyone here who suspected that maybe we would also do the crazy statistical things that the previous commentary group was, I've got news for you. Those people, huge nerds. I am not a nerd. I would never do anything like that.
This is no braining, all gaming.
Exactly. No branding, all gaming. I love that. I think that should be the next hyper delivery
tagline.
Tagline, exactly. Regardless of what's happening.
We do have to kind of talk about the elephant in the room with Beowulf. Recently discovered, NA is in fact stupid, and we did not realize that our Mirage shots are doing 2 times damage. And it took
I was wondering
Love
why it
Crimson,
dealt so much damage.
It took Love Crimson to say, "Hey, have you guys realized Mirage Shot is doing twice as much damage as it should?" And we finally realized Mirage Shot does 2 times damage on Beowulf, which it does not do on any other weapon. So, that by itself
Go Supergiant Games.
makes Flood Flare a much more viable option than it would be otherwise.
I will say this greater recall is harkening back to some of Shitake's earlier rooms with unarmored archers is really coming in hot. Usually
it is coming in hot.
Usually the archers are a huge pain to kill because they're running away. You have to chase. Not only do you have to chase them down, you have to chase your cast back down. And if the room is sufficiently big, it's a trek and a half just to kill them. But Greater Recall is saving time here.
It is a time save. You don't have to spend time chasing down your casts, and you know what? You don't have to spend time waiting for your casts. A lot of the time in Beowulf, you want to move through a room, and you don't want to go back to fetch your cast because that causes backward spawns. You can just move towards the door. Your cast will come to you. That's what Greater Recall does. It's a time
Absolutely.
save.
Yeah, Shitake not doesn't look like he's hesitating here. Yeah, get in there. Get in that chaos hole. There you go. I was gonna say not hesitating like you did in Asphodel for the Chaos Gate, but taking a little bit more time on that well than I would have liked. I'm harping on the menuing a lot, but that time does add up, and when players are this good, and RNG is this RNG.
You can't give Tonus the opportunity to win.
Absolutely.
Each second you spend in the menu is an opportunity for him to win. These two, both absolute monsters this weekend, putting down the fastest times, bar none. And looking to do it again. Both of them just tearing through Elysium. Tonus already in 34. Shitake getting an armored Flame Wheels 34. Looking to make it a very competitive race. And there's another well. That's insane.
Another well. Perfect. So we're going to see 2 wells before we enter Styx. This one and the mid. And looks like it's a little bit too far away for him. Yeah, it's too far away for him. And you know what? That's the menuing. That's the kind of menuing decision I like, right? Avoid the menu. Go out.
Yeah. The best thing you can do is not
seconds.
have a menu. Yeah.
Those are absolutely seconds.
Build is good enough. What can Shitake find there? He can find a cast stone and a braid. Are either of those going to save him more than 5 seconds? With 4 cast stones and the amount of cast damage he has? Probably not.
Yeah, he's even got a cast damage from chaos. So there's a lot going on. And we can see even though he entered the heroes fight later, he does clear them faster.
About to exit
a few seconds ahead of Tonus. So pulling ahead there, and we can probably expect him to find a little bit more time in the tunnels as well, because say what you will about Flood Flare, Beowulf, it clears Styx tunnels, and Tonus,
Oh,
unless
absolutely.
he picked up a like breaking wave that I missed, he's probably going to struggle just a little bit more
Honestly-
in the tunnels.
Unless you have like Breaking Wave and Typhoon's Fury, there's no way an Achilles is going to match a Beowulf and Styx. Beowulf and Styx is faster than almost any other weapon. Eris maybe has an argument for being a faster weapon, but it's close. It's really
Yeah.
close.
Especially with charge shot to go over those pesky gaps that you normally get stuck on, like say Lat would, if he were faced with such a room.
Can we see your geometries in chat? Beowulf, notoriously, Beowulf is a weapon that does not struggle with many things. Map geometry is one of those.
Yeah, and Lat, for being such a GeoGuessr gamer, his geometry just isn't very good.
It's almost as if the two completely unrelated.
I don't think you're correct about that. I think guessing the shapes of different countries on a map is very much related to your ability to aim, Beowulf, which Shiitake doesn't have to do because geometry is less of a concern. We have
a
Beowulf
shot.
the bow aspect.
We have Beowulf the bow aspect with the largest cast that you can find.
Hell yeah.
God offered a very, very terrifying Icy Flare exchange.
That would have been a misclick and a half.
If you look at the numbers, Icy Flare exchange there would have been like less than half the damage that he currently has. Icy Flare, for whatever reason, just is not very good. It has 20% palm scaling compared to all the others that have 60% palm scaling.
Did you say 20% palm scaling? Sorry.
Yeah, it gets 20% per palm.
That's terrible. What's going on? Oh my god. SGG. Yeah, and as promised, Shiitake, it seems as though Shiitake has maybe gained a little bit of time in Styx compared to Tonus. Just a couple of seconds faster out of Elysium, but just entering the Hades fight, probably 10, 15 seconds ahead. So almost certainly gained some time there. Tonus grabbing an epic building strength on his way out.
Absolutely. And these are both still like absolutely lightning fast paces. Tonus actually about even IGT wise. So it's a little bit interesting to think about where they make up the time, since there's no big RTA disparities like Than left here.
Yeah,
Probably
never sure
just
about that.
menus. Probably just menus. It's
Ooh, and
you notice Shiitake avoiding menus like a fiend.
yeah, Shiitake avoiding menus. Shiitake also making a slight mechanical error. It's really easy to make on charge shot, where you sort of you swing, but you don't hold down the charge shot, and you just sort of start dash attacking all over the place for no reason.
Absolutely, and that usually happens because you're trying to do the minimum charge shot. And it's happens to everybody. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, not only cost him that time, it did. I think that blunder probably cost him that DD. So probably a little bit of time. Although Tonus is, I think, struggling a little bit with this Hades fight. Not getting the same boss destroying damage. In addition to the crits from charge shot and the chaos cast damage and mirage shot in general. Shiitake also has epic wave pounding.
Yeah, and not to mention, this is probably the most damage that an Achilles build can find versus Dad. Not the most, but it's near there. He has epic chaos attack damage. He has good Hermes. He has a pretty palm title dash. There's not many things Tonus is looking for, and yet Achilles' bossing just doesn't really keep up with Beowulf. And that's one of the things that we've seen from this weekend. Achilles is actually one of the weaker weapons in most lineups.
Did Tonus find rush delivery? I didn't catch it.
I'm not sure. Meanwhile, Shiitake seeding rocket bomb on Hestia. This is the pretty common pick. It's pretty well known that Hestia does struggle boss wise. And the solution that most racers have found is to just seed Rocket Bomb, hope you get clock hits, and hope the rest sorts itself out.
Completely. And Tonus already showing his primary concern with Lucifer, switching from Infernal to Stygian,
And
which I'll have
seeding
to switch
Triple Bomb.
back to. Mm-hmm.
Tonus had we're hearing that Tonus had hyper sprint and +1 dash, so build could have been better. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. Not nearly hitting the maximum gaming speed. And like Achilles, Lucifer absolutely wants the rush delivery. Lucifer leans on it super hard. If Lucifer can find rush delivery, it actually, I think, becomes kind of a better Eris. But until then, it just kind of becomes a sort of flat Eris where it kind of tries to do the things that Eris does, but doesn't quite scale as well into late game, which I think we saw a little bit
Scary
of
moment
that
for
in his
Shiitake there.
previous.
Stepping onto a trap with trap damage from Chaos.
You don't want to do that.
Don't want to do that. And I don't know if you saw the thing he's getting from this Chaos.
I do.
Interestingly enough, Shiitake picking special damage over attack damage from Chaos.
Well, if you're looking for clock hits, that special damage is big,
you
right?
lean into it. Yeah,
So-
you lean into it. A little
Yeah,
bit
they-
interesting to see racers not going for the deadly flourish on Hestia, if supposing they're looking for cluster rockets, but it makes a little bit of sense.
I guess they're trying to open up Heartrend, and they're also trying to open up Smoldering Air, which Shiitake did try to roll for. Shiitake was obviously looking for the call, unable to find it though. So we're sort of stuck with the cast, which is still
It's a bit
fine.
unfortunate, but cast a little bit of extra AOE helps clean up some of the more terrible numbskull rooms in Tartarus.
Stupid witches.
Stupid witches. Unfortunately, he'll need to put a palm in there if he wants to clean up witches, but I don't think he'll be struggling with that.
Oh, Tonus doing a 180, turning down a chamber. Oh, he sees the fountain room. He knows it's a fountain room. He turns down the chamber 9 chaos and takes the naturals loose.
Rolling for rarity on Jolted,
as you should. This is why Tonus is the best. Only Tonus will dodge a chaos for the trust fall, which is I take this room, I receive fountain room.
Yeah.
Oh, there's hyperspin for Shiitake though. Big pickup. Doesn't even have to roll for it, I don't think.
Doesn't have to.
Yeah, nice.
Entering Furies at a pretty respectable pace. Hestia notably usually has a faster Tartarus. But he has a good setup here. So we'll see whether he can turn this into anything good. Meanwhile, Tonus making up a lot of time in this Tartarus. Absolutely, like this Lucifer run is probably one of the faster ones out there, if only because it's one of the only ones out there.
Yes, a very meaningful statement.
With triple bomb, Lucifer's bossing is not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Yeah, absolutely. 100 base damage is, I think, one of the highest base damages in the game, minus, of course, Hestia.
Hestia, Ramabow, those big chunkers, and you get 3 of them.
Despite this pace, though, Tonus is still a bit behind.
Tonus still a bit behind, and not finding any core boons.
Yeah, that's the hardest part.
Very scary. This is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean,
if I'm in Tonus' shoes, I'm very, very worried about getting this title dash here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if I'm in Tonus' shoes, I'm worried for past me because obviously Lucifer has a lot of natural damage in its kit, but kind of like Hestia, it does need that scaling, right? It's not going to make it to late game if it doesn't have like a good core of boons, and this common attack is going to start feeling really slow, really fast.
That being said, he does have that rare Jolted, so he's just looking to put some palms into this Jolted and try to be happy with the decisions he's made. And again, if I were Tonus, I'd just be happy I'm at least second.
Well, that's something I've had to be happy with before, so I perfectly relate to that sentiment. We don't
Well,
have any. Oh my God, Shiitake missed a 0 cycle
it's a 0
opportunity on
cycle.
the.
Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
But
We don't like that.
it still cleans it up very, very nicely.
And
Hunter's Mark.
Mirage shot. Oh, he picked the
It's a
rod over
lightning
Hunter's
rod.
mark. I'm not sure about that one.
I am absolutely not sure about that. That being said, Hestia, a weapon with no natural crit.
But he finds Hunter's
Picks up
mark
the-
anyway
picks
in
up Hunter's
Fountain, so
mark
it doesn't matter.
Rod's a lot of damage. Rod's a lot of damage.
No, Rod's good. I just like, is that better than?
Is it better? Who knows?
Is that better than Hunter's mark? Maybe it is. I don't know.
It's so hard to say.
Mushroom
Hunter's
Man
mark,
smart.
It's there are some those rooms with weapons that have no natural crit. Zagril, I mean not Zagril. Hestia that fire slowly. Hestia, Arthur, I suppose, where you just never proc a crit ever. You just never crit, and then Hunter's mark never procs. And even though it's a fantastic boon, it's not going to do anything if you don't crit. Settling for flurry cast, really leaning into the lightning rod memes here.
Yeah, you know what? I respect that. I wish that I could find flurry cast, but not have to take a Hermes boon for it. I think that'd be really cool. Because having higher cast functionality as we're sort of seeing the top players use easy hyper sprint for Tonus.
Easy hyper sprint. I gotta wonder about this might be a controller keyboard mouse thing. I gotta wonder about the epic special speed value. Immediate value from epic special speed is fantastic, but obviously Lucifer, you're looking for one thing and one thing only: rush delivery.
Tonus is thinking about the 2 minutes or 45 seconds it's going to take for him to beat Hades, and that involves that definitely involves finding rush delivery. Hades and Styx, honestly, like those two things are what's going to slow you down. Most weapons can honestly get through Asphodel in blazing times. Like we can see it with most weapons. It's in Elysium where those sort of off meta weapons start to suffer because they're so hard to scale. But yeah, Shiitake is still about a boss fight ahead.
A little bit about a boss fight ahead. Tonus leaving Asphodel at about 7 minutes, a very respectable modded pace.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
A great pace for both.
Now I wait for Ghost to bail us out and tell us how much of the lead is closed.
I don't care about that. I care about what I see right in front of me. Screw the past.
What you perceive with your eyeballs.
Indeed. I don't need facts and logic.
Not taking triple rockets there. A little bit interesting. I know some racers don't like triple rockets just because it throws off the rhythm. Taking piercing fire instead. Piercing fire on Hestia, if you can make good use of it, fantastic hammer.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of piercing fire, even though I don't play much or Hestia at all. I still like it just because it deals with those shield guys, and it deals with Theseus, right? So,
and this is kind of fuck around and find out approach to lightning rod, where you just leave your cast halfway across the room and they just don't do anything. But finishes off that room very, very, very smoothly. So.
Yeah, meanwhile, Tonus has the triple double, triple bomb, triple beam going on. Word on the street is that Tonus has been telling everyone to see triple beam. I have no idea if this is true or not.
I do have to clear Tonus's name. Lapis Lapis said they hated triple bomb. So Tonus told them to see triple beam, and it turns out Lapis just hates Lucifer. So like many of us, fooled by the shiny beam. Lucifer, very, very tricky weapon to use. So far, only Tonus has gotten phenomenal times in this hyper delivery with it, given that only Tonus has gotten times with it in this hyper delivery.
And technically, any time he gets with it is incredible, just kind of by default.
It's kind of by default.
All right, now we're going to see if he finds that rush delivery. It's purple. It's not rush delivery. Plus 3 dash is good enough.
Plus 3 dash is fantastic.
Right, he doesn't need to find Breaking Wave. He does pick up the Typhoon's Fury and instead trying to remember how many mini bosses he's seen. I don't remember how many mini bosses he's seen, so we're just going to assume he's taking the correct choice.
Really big catch-up opportunity here for Tonus, as Shiitake is in pain, in a position many of us have found ourselves in, stabbed by a trap, bridge room, naked swordsman. It's all bad.
With chaos
With
increased
chaos
trap
trap
damage
damage.
in exchange for some special damage, true, but that death not feeling too good.
And his health is looking a little bit dicey. That's 90 max HP, 27 right now.
It is only 90 max HP. Sweet Nectar, Smoldering Air. All right.
Very nice.
As long as Shiitake manages to not P-box himself, everything will be fine. Everything will be
And
fine.
these are the rooms that you're grateful for Piercing Fire in.
Yeah, these shield guys, 100%.
Very, very annoying without some sort of pierce. You have to get behind them.
And Lightning Rod pierces.
Lightning Rod? I
Lightning
don't know
Rod
if
pierces.
Is pierce the word I would use?
Pierce is the word I would use.
I know that's the word you would use, because that's the word you used.
Listen, does it go through shields?
It goes above them. It goes around them.
Does it ignore shields?
Shiitake wisely buying the help.
Tonus picking up the
all a heart
34.
attack. Yeah, Tonus really closing some distance here. Literally right behind Shiitake, entering the hero's fight. It'll come down to this boss. Well, not exactly, but Shiitake trying to line up some piercing fire shots, hits one.
Struggling a little bit, I think.
Struggling a little bit. The heroes kind of make it. It's a perfect opportunity to make use of that hammer, and that's kind of where Hestia players can separate themselves from the pack.
Mhm.
Managing to get some piercing fire shots though.
And
And
Tonus having a slightly better time with the heroes.
Absolutely. And finishing right behind Shiitake.
Now, if I were a stats guy, I would say, this is like, he gained like 3.5 seconds, but my eyeballs, I can see it's close. It's right there. He's a breath away from Shiitake, from Mushroom Man. Mushroom Man's gonna have to he's gonna have to hurry up. I was trying to figure out how terrible a pun I wanted to make, and I decided not to.
Chat pointing out that 20 seconds is a bit of a long breath there.
Well, listen, in terms of racing, like that's a free room, baby. That's it. Or that's like, a handful of menus. It adds up. So
True enough, it does.
he is within spitting distance if you prefer.
Poison is scary. Poison is scary in sticks, I will say. Shiitake losing half of his max health in one room of sticks to poison. Meanwhile, Tonus, when you don't have a Meg, it's a little bit scary on Lucifer. He does have one Meg heading into this second mini boss. Honestly, the forethought to save a Meg for a harder mini boss is something that I don't think most racers have. So good on Tonus. Good on Tonus for saving this charge.
Yeah, definitely. Both racers now have breaking wave, so this sticks, whatever's left of it is just going to kind of evaporate before our eyes. And Tonus is literally one room behind.
Literally one room behind. And God, the Hestia bossing really does leave a lot to be desired. Tonus, thank God he saved that Meg charge. Big rat coming in, getting deleted by the Meg and the +3 dashes.
Some dead rat energy.
These small rat rooms really not doing Shiitake any favors. I am happy
neck and neck.
I am happy to see some more Infernal Soul gaming, some more lightning rod value in these races.
Yeah, lacking cluster rockets or I think Shiitake is lacking rush delivery, right? Yeah, because they have flurry cast. Turning down the
billowing for the Heaven's Vengeance. That's an interesting choice even for me. I love Vengeance Spoons. They do a ton of damage. Global damage on Lucifer though. A lot of damage. I think
I'm a little bit surprised that Shiitake turned down the 500 gold Hermes. I think that would have been really, really big and since he already has hyper sprint, it would have been a huge trip there. Finding an epic rush delivery would be a huge difference maker, 100%.
I'm not sure what he keeps grabbing this cast for. It is a lightning rod out in the distance.
Just get it closer.
That makes sense. He's repositioning it and making sure it doesn't float back too quickly. And Tonus's bossing is, as I say that, Dad disappearing.
That just avoids the damage.
Simply choosing not to take damage. And oh god, it's lightning rod is doing a sizable portion of Shitake's damage right now, which is quite unfortunate. Both of them finishing first phase at around the same time. It's about like a 5 or so second difference.
Yeah, it's evening up, and
It's evening up.
I'm not sure who to give the edge to if things go as they are.
I think with that DD, it's got to be Shitake. As long as he can hang on to this DD here, he should have it.
I'm thinking more in terms of just the rest of the run. I don't know, because things can go really well or really poorly for either Hera or Achilles, and Shitake does close out the Hades fight a little bit faster than Tonus.
A little bit faster.
Take a second DD, losing
and
6 seconds total.
This is, Tonus is an FO2 gamer. Tonus is an FO2 gamer. We know this. However, on Lucifer, I know that he uses FO1 personally just because Lucifer is such a dangerous weapon.
It is so dangerous. No
Remove all your
iframes.
iframes. You're dashing a lot. Usually right next to dad whacking distance.
Dad whacking distance. I like that. I like that as a unit of measurement.
That's about 10 zags for those of you at home. Shoulder to shoulder.
How wide is your zag?
It's about 1 zag wide.
Right. Tonus making the final changes to the mirror. Shitake with a small bit of a lead. We'll see if he manages to keep up with that. Missing that gold pot. As I've been, or in my, I guess, brief final hurrah into unmodded 3 weapons, I did spend a lot of time just resetting in Tartarus. And one thing that I came to really value was efficiently killing those gold pots and keeping an eye out for them, because that money really does matter sometimes. Like earlier when
absolutely.
Earlier when Shitake was 4 gold short from that Artemis, that could have been the difference.
Gold matters more early. That's why we run the gold mirror option that no one knows the name of. Deep pockets, that's the one, right?
Deep pockets. I think.
Tonus kind of in a little bit of a menuing mess there for that house split. Had to switch binds, took a while to seed, and also had to change his mirror. But we got there.
Yeah, the one downside of having those separate binds, there is kind of a way around it where if you have the Xbox Elite controller, you can actually set up preset binds. So the rich get richer and all that. But
this event now apparently sponsored by Xbox Elite controllers.
That's right. You didn't think it was, but now it is. Yeah, we'll know out of this Tartarus who is sort of walking out with the edge. And right now, Tonus's mini boss, it's not. I don't think it's any of the ones you really, really want. Obviously, you can get parting shot out of Athena, but
and knowing Tonus, he does not care about parting shot. He is a fiery presence gamer. Fiery presence, just a little bit of witch insurance. We'll call it on Hera. If you run into a witch room on Hera, it's a little bit scary without fiery presence. You got to manage your cast so carefully. With fiery presence, you can just do power shots, and they each die.
And I will say, as of right now, Tonus has managed to pull ahead thanks to that fountain room. Even before the fountain room, he was he did manage to make it even with Shitake. So
kind of an insane Hera run, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking really good.
Last 2 rooms go.
2 more rooms on 2 minutes.
Yeah, Shitake picking up a hyper sprint, not too bad. Pretty happy with that. If you can find a chaos here. Is he looking? No chaos. Oh, he already picked up chaos. Never mind. unfortunate Chamber 11 witches. They just spread out so much. Thankfully, Achilles has some of that mobility to deal with them, but that sucks.
It's still not ideal, and it doesn't look like Shiitake has found anything that he wants out of this Tartarus. And Tonus kind of didn't either. This run is being cushioned by those free rooms, that Chamber 9 fountain for Tonus, as well as that Chamber 12.
And I gotta wonder, we
Sisyphus.
really have to interrogate Tonus about this one. Taking common Rav Will over Snowburst on Hera?
Is that what he turned down?
That he turned down a Snowburst for a common Rav Will.
It's kind of wild.
It's a little bit wild. It's a little bit wild, I gotta say.
It's a Tonus thing, I guess. But yeah,
It's Tonus thing. Three flat Tartarus, nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, absolutely. Contrasted with the rather unfortunate back-to-back final 2 rooms that Shiitake had to deal with, both featuring and starring prominently unarmored witches. Meanwhile, Tonus skipping the last room, which is solidifying his really, really, really fast time.
That is pretty freaking insane. Meanwhile, Shiitake slogging through this Achilles tart. Really not what he was looking for from Tartarus. Not amazing mob spawns, especially in 11 and 12.
Oh, and taking a DD to cap it off.
It's Electo. Electo, you're gonna toss a DD in there. Hopefully he follows some of his opponent's advice for once, picks up some health. Achilles, one of those weapons. You want a little bit, and getting just for good measure, getting caught by the Electo,
bopped by the trap.
the Electo trap glitch right after the match.
I love it. I've died to that before. Where
I have died to that before.
pops.
You know,
You're feeling good, you're feeling safe, then bam. You just
especially on a high heat where you have heightened security on. Toss on the 25 damage per trap, and Electro just kills you on a trap. It's fantastic. Heading into this Hermes, though, this could be a turning point for this match. Shiitake having hyper sprint, you know what he's looking for. That tournament name thing.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
Type in the chat, whatever, use the command, blah blah.
Settling for +2 dashes. Fantastic. Very happy about that.
And, depending on who you ask, it's not even a settle. Someone say that extra dashes are optimal.
Extra dashes are fantastic on Achilles. It just feels good. Feels good. Especially, it's like the better you manage your buff, right? Because if you use your buff well, then you have that additive damage, right? Whereas if you use your buff poorly, it rush delivery probably does a little bit more. But
yeah.
Although
185 does like the rush delivery.
He does like the rush delivery. He does like epic. He does like epic rush.
As do we all.
And who would? I'm not sure what exactly Shiitake was looking for. It must have been Eurydice. Does not find it. Takes shop. And heads into this mini boss. We'll see what he takes. Premium vintage.
Yep.
I
will say. I will say these +2 dashes are exactly what he needs. If there's any way for him to catch up, this is that avenue for sure. Tonus doesn't look like he's got the world's greatest build lined up, honestly.
No,
he's eligible for Heartrend, I guess, which is fine.
Eligible for Heartrend. Unfortunately, that Athena and the Demeter in Tartarus makes it so he can't find another Poseidon. He has to force this 5-god pool into Elysium, which I think he will do without a second thought.
Yeah, but I don't even think he has terribly good Hermes. Has he even found a Hermes? I feel like he hasn't. If he has, I haven't seen anything terribly momentous. Maybe he does. It's hard to say. He does have 5 rerolls, so whatever he finds, he can sort of push really hard for. But Shiitake, I think, stands to gain ground, especially here in Elysium, unless Tonus finds some juice fast.
And this triple shot really is. I had to say, I am a flurry shot gamer. I love flurry shot on Hera. This triple shot is putting in a lot of work versus bosses. Very, very nice versus bosses.
Yeah, definitely.
It's giving him a little bit of the extra edge that he doesn't have from his cast quite yet.
It can act sort of as a weird mirage shot where it doesn't compound your cast damage, but it still serves kind of that purpose of having multiple instances of damage. That
if you really think about it, right? It's like 6 mirage shots for your attack.
6. It's at least
Yeah, it's
2.
Well, I mean, it's like 30%, and it's like 300, like
Yeah, I'll leave that
300%
for
more RAM.
smart math people who use statistics and spreadsheets and wear glasses.
We'll leave that for Lat Millard, Mirage Shot
Exactly.
technician,
the Mirage Shot doctor.
Mirage Shot doctor.
Yeah, Shiitake just has to go. Shiitake has to play for his life here, because
Has to play for his
uh,
life. Tonus also playing for his life. Hera, one of those weapons that, flame wheel rooms can get a little bit scary. You all of a sudden you've taken like 3 hits and you're down to 20 HP.
yeah, but triple shot will catch those flame wheels. So probably feeling a little bit less scared. Also worth noting that Shiitake does have breaking waves. So with those +2 dashes, I think their sticks is mostly solved.
Mostly solved, yeah.
And
Absolutely.
if Tonus doesn't find the damage, it's possible that the Styx chambers will actually be kind of rough for him. He might have to put in a little bit extra elbow grease on each run where he finds like a large rat or a armored satyr, anything of the sort.
Something like that. Yep. And I imagine that's why he likes the triple shot. I know he's, second hammer, he'd love to see something like flurry, something like explosive, point blank, perfect, any of those. Finding
There's the hyper
sprint and taking his first mini boss offer for Poseidon. Pretty wise mini boss decision there. If he pushes the mini boss there, it could be offered against mid shop. It could block his mid shop. So
yeah, very safe play.
Very safe play. Taking this mini boss that way, 31 can still offer 2 exits. He can find his mid shop. Very happy.
Yeah, I will say that the triple shot damage against the Minotaur does shore up any lack of quick reload that he has, which he has. Rather, the lack of, not the boon itself. I apologize.
Spaghetti words.
It made sense in my head, and it made sense coming out. You just need to be smart enough to understand it. That's all.
Meanwhile, I think, unfortunately, Shiitake is gonna miss mid shop.
I was gonna say, did he find mid shop before? But yeah, you're right.
That's
Although
crazy.
I think Tonus might miss mid shop as well, or did he already find it?
So I don't think either of them did.
I think this is
don't
a single
recall
exit
either of
room.
them seeing shops. So
Yeah,
this is
both missing mid shop then, I guess. So cool.
both pretty terrible, pretty terrible Elysiums. No free rooms.
Oops, no free rooms.
Oops,
but
no free rooms.
But Shiitake, as I said before, does stand to catch up, and in fact has. He's in the same room as Tonus, and I
both
think
of them are working on these terrible spawns.
Yeah, but Shiitake does have those extra dashes, and importantly, he does have Hunter's Mark, which is making really quick work of these enemies.
Tonus too, not really struggling for damage though. Finishing off that room pretty handily, and heading into another unarmored unarmored archer room. Unarmored archers, a nightmare for Hera. The way that they move, Supergiant must have known that the auto aim just cannot hit these.
Hiding around corners
a bunch to hit these unarmored archers. Did we set up the synchronous spawns mod or something? Both of them working with unarmored archers. Although Shiitake is getting some help in this wave with a bunch of armored enemies.
Did find an armored witch. Things are going okay, I guess.
Yep. And
one
they
more
enter
room.
Chamber 34 at the same time. And
ooh, Shiitake has the unarmored swordsman. Very unlucky.
Yet again, very, very unlucky. This is a pretty terrible Elysium for both runners, honestly.
At least
no
it's small. At least it's
unarmored. That's a cope.
I'm not saying it's good that it's small. I'm saying it's at least it's small. This could be the kind of room that Tonus is in, right, where everything's huge. Tonus might actually lose a Death Defiance here. I wouldn't be surprised if he does. Nope, he's fine.
And does not. Edges it out. And I am, holy lord,
rolling past the quick reload.
finishing that room faster than Tonus. Incredible.
Shitake's
He's
got to
moving.
go. He's officially ahead, but Tonus did pick up
Shiitake
rush
has to
delivery.
go. Shiitake must go. Oh, Tonus. Oh, that palm might come back to bite him. Buying an extra palm for his level 8 cast.
Ooh,
That is
yeah.
a palm that Tonus would tell me not to take. And if
Right, we're
I'm no
probably
expert,
gonna watch
but
Tonus take a
think
death.
he's
There
in
it is.
DD's territory. Shiitake 2 manages to edge it out. And this is not I know
This is not a good heroes fight.
Shiitake very high standards for his play. Not a Achilles run he's going to be particularly happy with, but we'll see if it gets the job done. Heading into sticks before Tonus.
Yeah, Tonus not having a great run through Elysium. You can he's definitely lost whatever time that he had. He does have rush delivery, but as we saw with that fight, he struggled. He actually rolled past a rare
Lord.
quick reload.
Absolutely.
So
Yep. Finding a rush delivery though, very very happy to see it. Those rolls in that palm might come back to bite him. And looking at the splits, oh god, that Elysium for both runners just absolutely brutal. 6 minutes
terrible
for
Elysium.
Tonus, 5.5 minutes for Shiitake. We're reaching the upper bound for how slow an Elysium can be.
the lower bound, if you will.
Yeah. I know absolutely both of them are going to be absolutely livid about that Elysium.
Mhm. Yeah, I do give the edge to this in this sticks to Shiitake. You're just seeing him destroy
Achilles'
these
breaking
rooms.
wave is demolishing these sticks tunnels.
Yeah, even a common breaking wave. Struggling a little bit in that one there. Oh, get him! Oh, losing valuable seconds.
Losing valuable seconds. That Tonus has graciously given him with those rerolls.
Yeah, and I will say it is nice to see both runners in the same near vicinity. This is going
This
to
is
be
a race.
a
This is a race.
This is a race. They're off to the races.
It's
as you
a
guys say.
street fight, but it's a race.
It's a street fight. Ooh, nice. Avoiding the menu, taking the coins.
Nice. Oh, Tonus doesn't have his cast. Where are they? And
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's out. He's out. Oh, God.
cost him a little bit of valuable time picking a non-menu like Shiitake. And I had to give the edge on bossing to a Hera with Mirage Shot and Rush Delivery. But Shiitake
Yeah, maybe.
has the time.
Shitake's a neck out at least. So we'll see if Tonus can bring it back. But with this kind of time lead, this is 10, 15 seconds. That's a lot of time in a Hades fight. And Tonus and Shiitake has decent boss damage. It's not as you mentioned. Achilles sometimes has pretty stinky boss damage, but we have +2 dashes. We have an epic, heroic cast, which we heroic dash, which we saw rare cropped earlier in Tartarus.
Absolutely,
and even a couple levels in epic attack.
Here's
so
the things he's looking for.
Here's
the things he's looking for. This is a fight that could come down to darkness RNG. Shiitake making very good use of Dad Call there. Stopping Dad, delaying Dad's darkness, even by one attack, is very, very valuable.
Still really lucky. Hades got a lot of attacks off there.
Got a lot of attacks off.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be.
He's got to clear him. There's the phase. He's a phase ahead. I don't see Tonus coming back from this. It's close.
It's Void Stones. It's Void Stones.
Oh, everything but
darkness off. This looks like Shiitake's race.
Yeah, this is Shitake's race to win for sure.
I think that darkness is going to seal it.
Yeah.
It's 2 darknesses in the last phase of Hades.
Yeah, even if Shiitake takes a DD, I don't think there's any way that Tonus can get back. But yeah, I mean, people are yelling at me for it earlier, but those menus are important, right? Like those things add up, and
could have been the difference maker.
Among them, Tonus taking the DD though, probably not playing this fight to his highest standards.
No, definitely not.
And we're probably going to see another DD coming out. Nope, he does summon pots.
He finishes it off. Does he? Yeah, and he finishes it.
Yep. Such a narrow margin, though, less than half a minute.
Such a close race. Very, very evenly matched.
Mushroom Man good, though. Yeah, GG's in the chat.
All right, racers. Tonus, let's start with you. How are you feeling?
Hello.
Welcome back, Tonus.
Am I
Do you
back?
wanna- Do you want to talk
think
about
you
that
are.
Elysium, or do you want to just move on?
No, it wasn't just Elysium. Like,
Oh man.
it was weird. The Asphodel, I started noticing that I'm not finding any boons. Where the fuck are the boons? I'm pumping my cast for 8th time. I see no boons, no mid shop, nothing. I'm like,
Yeah.
huh,
Yeah.
no free rooms. Then I go to Elysium, still
No
no
mid
boons.
shop. No boons.
Yeah, no mid shop, no free rooms, nothing.
No
Still
armor.
no boons.
I will bring back a decision that you made a little early in your Hera run, where I think, Bright, you can remind me if this is accurate or not, but I think you
Yes.
took a Ravenous Will over a Snowburst.
Yeah,
that
it was the
on
first
purpose?
slot Snowburst, which I just completely missed.
You just thought it was a core.
Okay.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
just my mistake.
might
I
have made
didn't
the
expect
difference.
that to be the last boon I ever found in that run.
I could have really made the difference if you'd taken Snowburst over that. That might have made up the 26
I did not
seconds
expect
difference.
this to be so close. What the hell happened to the Mushroom Man?
Why
well,
is
both of
Mushroom
you-
Man so slow?
Both of you might have had the slowest Elysium in this hyper delivery, by no fault of your own. Those were, I think, both of you missed mid shop, and I don't think either of you found free rooms, and they were all
Nice.
like unarmored swords. It was
Yeah.
it was a battle for the ages. Yeah, it's fantastic. Shiitake, how are you feeling? First of all,
Oh my God.
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Holy.
congrats.
I 100% thought I lost that. Like, honestly, ever since that Hestia run, it was just disgustingly average. Like, and then especially going into that Achilles with that all unarmored Elysium.
The Achilles, I gotta say, the Tartarus and the Elysium were not very kind to you.
Yeah, it was just kind of painful all around. But God, I'm still like completely in shock that I won this because I made a lot of mistakes in this run. I just thinking back on it, there was so many decision-making mistakes that I made that yeah, I don't know. Even though that the
take us
room
through.
RG wasn't in my favor, like yeah.
What would you have done differently?
For me, the biggest one that stood out was not taking the +2 dashes on Hestia. I high rolled it to try and get rush delivery, but plus dashes is still really good on Hestia.
Absolutely.
So that was a big one, yeah, that I can think of off the top of my head, I guess.
I will say it was really funny right off the back of Tonus dropping the "he can't keep getting away with this" on Beowulf. You immediately finding the natural Artemis
Yep.
into
Immediately
natural
getting it.
Mirage shot in Tartarus.
Again,
One player showing why it's the best on Beowulf again.
Hell yeah, high five.
It's
Yeah,
simply
just
no
do
way.
natural.
Artemis.
Passion flare
Okay.
enjoyers.
I need to know, was my Lucifer faster than Hestia?
It
I
was.
believe so. Yes. Yes.
By
Okay.
about 30 seconds.
Was it?
35
Yes, it
seconds.
was, it was.
Ghost has dropped
20,
the time.
26 seconds. Yes. Yes. yeah.
26, 25.
So,
Wait.
yeah,
Nope.
those-
Never
that-
mind.
that-
No,
that race
those are
was
the
like
wrong
neck and
ones.
neck.
Never mind.
Very, very, very good race.
I'm crazy.
Congratulations to both of you.
Probably
Gotcha.
our
Yeah.
slowest runs of the whole
Oh, absolutely.
thing.
Absolutely. But you know,
You were
We
slow
can
As
down.
you
finish
do
show
in
for
the finals.
it was a good finals. You know, it was you're watching that Elysium was
It was sad to watch, although it was kind of amazing for us to realize that Shiitake was not going to find the mid shop, and then we pan over to Tonus. And we're like, wait, has he found the mid shop either? No. So
I
we
gotta
got
say,
the rare double mid shop Elysium
Yeah.
skip.
so Tonus did the right thing, taking a mid boss 30 so he could still get his mid shop, and then just got a single exit anyway.
Yeah, the one
game
room
hates you.
in the whole game, like on these mods, where you can't get the mid shot.
The one room on these mods where you can't get the mid shop in Elysium.
Seagull sweating loudly off in Twitch.
Seagull trying
Seagull.
to figure out how to add exits to single exits.
Yeah, can you draw some doors maybe? Seagull, can you draw some doors? Yeah, but good shit, Shiitake.
Yeah, good race.
Nice.
Yeah.
Shit, man, fast.
No, Mushroom Man Fest.
Oh, okay. All right. Before we close out, for one thing, also congratulations to everyone. And I think this final was a really nice display of how you should still play your best, even if the luck isn't on your side, because this was really, really close. And if someone had given up or lost heart, it would have been a completely different outcome. But
Yeah, absolutely.
good job keeping it together. But also, since we're about to close out, y'all care to drop any plugs or announcements? Tonis, why don't you hit us with any of those if you have them?
Mm-hmm.
Plugs? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Follow me at twitch.tv/Tonis with you in the end and give me all your money, as always.
Hell yeah. Give him all your money. And Shiitake, unfortunately, Tonis has claimed all of the money, but you're still welcome to
claim
plug
the
or
rest.
shill.
Yes.
That's unfortunate. I guess I'll plug my Twitch anyways. Twitch.tv/Talk3. Definitely gonna hope to get into streaming a little bit more now that the tournament's over and I don't have to practice as much. But yeah.
Yeah. Ride the HD3 fame. Ride it. Ride the wave.
Yeah.
Every title must be the HD3 winner. There's some IGT bullshit this time.
HD3 Destroyer, Shiitake, Mushroom Man.
I need to make a request of the victor.
The Finnish killer.
Can you bring back the Shiitake Showo shit show?
Oh yeah, I will definitely be grinding out that a little bit more.
I like it.
It's not Titan Killer, it's Finnish Killer, because it was Babel
Killer.
first and me now.
Yeah.
Why do they call you? What? I beat you, Tonis. Okay, why doesn't anyone give me that title, huh? I beat.
You need to collect all the trophies. You can beat the Bablo.
God. Anyway, thanks again, Dragon Squad, for hosting this. I'm Riz13. You guys know where to find me. Just watch my stream, I guess. Give me some of the money you were going to give to Tonis, because I like money too.
I'm right. Just give Tonis my money. That's all.
We play Fire Emblem.
Yeah, we just
We'll see you next time for HD4, whatever that, and whenever that is.